We have $20 from Grant. Thanks for doing these runs, everyone. My best friend's little brother died of leukemia last year, so this AGDQ has a little more meaning to me. This is also getting me through my final exams, so thanks again. We have $50 from McKeary. Put my donation to saving the Ewoks in Super Jedi. Or so say my friends, as I'm the only one with money to donate, and they're just putting in their input. Also, putting this makes Golden talk more. We have $50 from Jeremy. Can someone please tell me if Zelda holds the Master Sword in his right hand or left? We have $50 from Freak for Games. Been watching this since AGDQ 2011. Thought I'd finally donate. Cheers to my sleep schedule that is being destroyed as we speak. We have $60 from T-Block. Hey, GDQ, loving the marathon so far. Thanks for putting the effort in to help a great cause. Keep it up and good luck on the runs. We have $20 from Higgs, a small donation for my from my childhood game, for my childhood game, and my father who lost his fight with cancer when I was 16. Hopefully one day we can easily beat cancer. Please put the money to the fairy bottles. We have $20 from Jason. Hey guys, I love Link's Awakening and I'm loving every second of the run. Keep up the great work. I may not have anyone who has been affected by cancer, but I feel I had to donate anyway. P.S. Golden, your voice is amazing. Thank you, Jason. We also have $30 from Anonymous. This is a super tardy donation for this morning's Boy and His Blob run, which might be humanity's finest achievement to date. Keep it up, everyone. You're doing great work for a great cause. I can lead into one if you want me to. Yep. And with that, we will be showing a commercial and be right back. This is DJ Golden signing off for the night. We got Twilight Princess with Pheenoh coming up, so stick around.
And welcome back, everybody, to AGDQ 2014. We have a Twilight Princess coming up pretty soon. As soon as they're done setting up, Pheenoh, we rocking the house. We have a $50 donation from Alexander Mees. Hey, this is my second GDQ marathon, and as a Twilight Princess speedrunner, I am thrilled to see this game represented during both of the GDQs amongst many other of my personal favorites. Good luck to the Pheenoh with all dungeons run, and to all the runners with their runs. Keep up the good fight against cancer. We have a $50 donation from Master Jake. Amazing string of runs this afternoon/evening. Keep it up and show the cancer who's boss.
Reader's choice for the suggestion.
I'm sorry?
What do you want to do for donations for Reader's choice? Where to spend to?
No, no. Let me look for something. Yeah.
Can we turn that down a bit? It was really loud last time. Is that good? One more? Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. All right, so it's been a little bit since we showed these. We're about to get into Twilight Princess, a bit of a long run. So I figured we'd show it again before we get started. This is one of our grand prizes, the NES PC. Looks like a normal NES, but you open it up and there's DVD drive inside. What? And NES can still be played here on the side. And you can see all the plugs here in the back. This is custom made by a fellow here who I keep forgetting his name. I'm horrible at that. I'm really sorry. I don't think he's in the audience this time. What? Is he what? No, that's not him. But as I was saying, this is made by a guy who's here in attendance. He's tested it, works on quite a few modern games, and as you can see, can still play NES games at the same time. It's really cool. It's one of the grand prizes. It's $50 buy-in, up to 3 times for $150 total. It can be done in a single donation or separate. Only the grand prizes work like that. That's not the only thing you get entered in for the grand prize. One of our other grand prizes is right here. This is a very fine limited edition adventure set of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. It's got the cartridge, a couple exclusive things inside here, like it's numbered. It's got some really cool stuff in here. I don't remember everything off the top of my head, so I'm not going to make anything up. You can look it up online if you would like to see exactly what's in these. It's worth quite a lot. It was generously donated. And one of the other prizes we have right here is for the Zelda block. We've got a couple different things. Most of them are here right now. So the only thing I can really show you is one of the cheaper things, which is one of the cartridges you can win. It's a $5 buy-in. This is Japanese Link to the Past, provided by Yggdrasil. He provides a lot of really awesome Japanese carts for us. So that's a $5 buy-in. There's a whole bunch of other prizes during the Zelda block. I think. Sorry, this cord is short. I think the maximum for all the prizes in the Zelda block is $20. So $20 donation will get you entered in for everything that's on the Zelda block. I'm done talking now. I'll turn it over to Pheenoh. Thanks, guys. Buddy. And this PC was donated by Buddy. Okay. I'm standing right next to the couch mic, so I think that went through. It's off.
Hope so.
Donation station. What's the file name for this?
We're just waiting on the file names.
Yeah, there should be 2.
I really want Long to be it. Long Link. Long, yeah.
German, okay. Okay, what a mensch. Are you? Like that?
2 M's.
2 M's? Apparently. Good?
Yep.
All right.
Both came from the foreign language region.
Awesome. All right, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so this is my TP run, All Dungeons, donated for. All Dungeons differs from any percent in that any percent doesn't skip or doesn't complete Forest Temple Gorn Mines, Temple of Time, or Snow Peak. So I'll be completing all those. The run starts with a luck-based trick, followed right by a frame-perfect one. So I'll be doing kind of a safety strat here, because if I fail the frame-perfect trick, I have to do this trick again, and I don't want to do that. Awesome. Okay, so that let me skip order on day 1 and 2. It's luck-based because I use the rock to get up into the fence, and then I roll into the middle of the fence, and how the gate swings is RNG for some reason. And if it swings the wrong way, it'll actually bounce me back out on the same side. So I got lucky there. I'm going to roll the South Carolina, and now I'm going to save. And now I'm going to roll back. So if I fail this trick more than 2 times, I can reset and try it again. Nice. Yes. Got it. Okay, so that trick was called Back in Time. Basically, I reset with the controller and jumped into the void at the exact same time, and it spawned me on the title menu, which let me play around on the title menu, and now I can copy the title menu's state into my file, and that's going to give me the sword, the shield, and it's also going to tame Epona. Oh, it also resets the file name, so that was kind of pointless, but... Surprise! Yeah. Okay, so resetting after that, it put me in Faron Woods, and that put me past the gate, and now I can go save Towel like normal. Something that also does is, like I mentioned, it gave me Epona tame, so now Ordon Village is like advanced in state, because the check layer in the game whenever you go to get Iron Boots from Bo is whether or not Epona is tamed. So now that I've tamed her and Ordon is in advanced state, I actually get the Iron Boots like in like 2 or 3 more minutes rather than like an hour or 2 in.
Which is really nice because there's getting the Iron Boots is RNG based because you have to wrestle Bo, and then right after that there's another trick called Gate Clip, which is also heavily RNG based.
Yeah, so it's nice to split up a little bit of the RNG in this run.
Yeah. Having them one right after the other is not fun.
Back in Time also makes it so all the items you get on Ordon Day 2, I can no longer get them. The most interesting one of those is Fishing Rod, because you need the Fishing Rod to get to fish out the reed fish later on to get the Snow Peak. And since I don't have that anymore, I can't actually get the Snow Peak the legitimate way. So I'm going to be doing a version-specific trick to get the Snow Peak later.
Yeah, in fact, the trick he's referring to is actually not available in the Japanese version. A lot of the times you see people running the Japanese versions of Zelda because the text is really quick, but you can skip through the text very, very quickly in this game. And the trick he's referring to is not available in the Japanese version, so that makes it quite a bit slower to run this game in Japanese. So NTSC and PAL are the fastest versions to run.
Technically, PAL is slightly faster because of the frame rate difference.
Yeah. NTSC runs at 29.9497, I believe.
Yeah.
And PAL runs at a straight 30 frames per second, so it's slightly faster.
Over the course of a typical 80% run, it saves about 12 seconds. Over this, I think it's like closer to 15. So it's not a huge difference, but it is. PAL is still the fastest version of this game. If you hear me mashing a lot, it's because when Link is idle, it's fastest to roll as the first possible frame. So every time he's idle, I will just like mash on the controller to try to get the first frame possible.
you can actually gain quite a bit more speed and a lot more time by doing like the most close to frame perfect rolls you can. Because he loses a lot of speed for every frame that you're not doing a roll. Shout outs to any percent for making this easy.
Yeah. In no save quit, you can't reset the game, so you can't do that trick called back in time I did at the beginning. So you have to actually do something really stupid here and no save quit, and it's very hard. But since I have the sword, I can just kill them immediately.
Goats.
Oh boy.
There's absolutely no RNG involved here.
There actually isn't.
True.
The goats are actually just extremely sensitive to opponent's position and where you whoop. But they spawn in the same spot and always act the same as long as you do the same thing.
Yeah.
So a good time here would be a really good time would be under 20 seconds, average time would be below 30 seconds, and a terrible time would be above 30. Okay, this looks decent so far. And that one goat. These two are gonna troll me. No, you don't. Oh. Alright, so 31, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's not a reset worthy time. Like if you're just doing like a normal run.
Okay, so here's where I'm gonna get to Iron Boots, which we were talking about earlier. So normally Bo's door is locked and you can't get into his house right now, but because it thinks I'm ready to get Iron Boots, I can actually go in and get them. When you come here later, like normally, to get the Iron Boots, Bo's standing outside and the cutscene triggers to talk to him, and it like initiates the wrestling sequence. But since he's in his house, the cutscene isn't there to activate it. So, but his text is actually still here, so I'm just gonna like talk to him a whole bunch and he's gonna wrestle me.
Yeah, this entire conversation is really messed up. It's supposed to be one continuous thing.
And you do what you can to like make it go by and make it a little bit more fun, like walking in circles.
So now he's like, I'll tell you the secret, you say yes, and now I can wrestle him. All right, so wrestling is essentially rock, paper, scissors. There's no consistency to it, so I just keep like hammering the same move until I get lucky.
Yeah. In the first phase though, like he normally has 3 options consistent with the rock, paper, scissors strategy, but in the first phase he actually has a nothing option where he'll just stand there and let you push him off or let you grab him or whatever. And, that was a pretty good first phase.
Yeah, that was good. Nice.
Nice. What?
Oh, for Mopad or for me?
I don't know. Let's see. Kill the animals?
The animal choice.
Speedrunner.
Something interesting about Colin's trigger there, when you roll forward, he like auto talks to you. His trigger is actually massive. Like it extends infinitely out of bounds. Like you can use cheats and you cannot get around that trigger. It is just insane.
Yeah. For like God knows why, the developers felt the need to make his trigger insanely huge. It's like you've got to talk to Colin. He is important to the story.
And speaking of triggers, there's actually two types of triggers in this game, air triggers and ground triggers. Air triggers will activate whenever you're in the air, and ground triggers only activate when you like touch them on the ground. And that's really important for a trick coming up later called sword and shield skip.
Yeah, for a couple of tricks, actually.
Yeah, there's quite a few. So it's possible to break this debris here, but it's really, really difficult. I missed it there. If you do break it, you can skip breaking it right here, and it saves about, I think it's 3 frames.
Rims, yeah. Because as you can, you missed it there, but you can just go straight in from a jump to breaking it, and then mash Y to dig into it.
Oh, something also interesting about Back in Time. So since I got the sword and the shield so early, the game auto puts the sword and shield on Wolflink's back from when you're supposed to get the orange sword and shield later. But since I have them like so early, and they're not like set to not appear yet, so they're actually there right now with Min on my back, and she's clipping through the shield.
No. Actually, never noticed that. So throughout the sewers, we're not going to see any like tricks except for maybe some first framers.
Yep.
But for the most part, this is just an optimization area where you go through as quick as possible.
And what he means by first framers is on certain Minda jumps where she talks to you right before the jump, there's one single frame where you can jump to where she's going to be before she actually goes there. It saves a little less than a second every time you do it.
Yeah, because if you miss it, you have to wait about a second until the A button appears again for you to be able to jump. Collisions.
Yeah.
In this game.
So I actually skipped the text there. Normally you break the rock and you fall, and Minda says, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, that jump's impossible to make the first try.
Yeah.
You have to break it.
Yeah. But if you break the rock and then like go slightly to the left, you can actually avoid the trigger on the ground where
Yeah.
she stops you. It saves about a second.
Because I believe what triggers you being able to do the mid jump is just breaking those rocks right there. So you just break them and then veer off to the left. Or you jump towards them, which causes them to break, and then you veer off to the left.
Oh, that was awesome.
We saw first framer right there.
You can actually skip that text right there. I missed it though. It's also 1 frame. I'm timing the jump so I dash right before I hit the ledge. If you cancel the dash with a jump or like bonking into a wall or something, the game automatically refreshes your dash when you land. Oh, whoops.
Oh no!
I thought I was far enough forward there to trigger them in the jump, but I wasn't.
Yeah. I've done that a lot actually. So these birds are really annoying, or they can be really annoying if you don't get over here quick enough. And sometimes even if you do get over here quick enough, they'll still mob you and just keep you from getting up on that ledge.
Hit you in that climbing animation, knocks you down, and just keep comboing you.
Yeah, pretty much. It's one continuous chain.
Okay, so the trick coming up next is sword and shield skip. This skips going to Ordon Village and getting the sword and the shield because I already have them.
Yeah, and even though he does have the sword and shield on his back because of Back in Time, there's still a trigger that he has to jump over because the game doesn't register that he actually got the Ordon sword and shield.
Yo, pay attention.
Wow. So he was actually walking around pretty much in the loading zone to go to the next area.
Yeah.
He does that sometimes.
Yeah, I got a terrible spawn. So this is a Bublin we named Hugo. We're gonna pull him over to the Twilight trigger where Midna says, go back and get the sword and shield. And then we're gonna bump him in the air and then attack him while he's in the air and jump over the trigger. It's kind of a like one try only trick because Hugo has to be alive to target him to jump over the trigger. So if I do more than 1 damage to them, I can't do the trick. So if I fail it, I'll have to jump off the bridge to reset his health and lure him back over.
One of the big bases of this trick that we'll see a lot later on is when you're locking on an enemy and do a jump attack, you jump much further to recover the distance between you and the enemy.
Okay, I missed that.
So basically, he jumps off the bridge here just so the health will reset.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this trick has a long setup and I can't skip it because of back in time.
Yeah, and no saving quit, you would still be able to go back to Ordon Village and get the sword and shield if you didn't feel like doing this trick, but you almost never see that. After, I believe, after doing this trick 2.5 times, you start losing time. Like, it'll be about as fast as getting the sword and shield.
Yeah, if you get this trick first try, like a really good attempt, like you don't get unlucky with Hugo swinging at you much, it saves roughly 2.5 to 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Hugo.
Jerk.
I'm trying to line him up with a very specific spot on the wall. That would have worked. Ah.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty precise trick.
Yeah, it's very, very precise.
Because his position, like relevant to the trigger, has to be, you know, relatively exact, and it's mostly his angle though that's really hard to get right. Because you have to position him right, you have to angle him right, and then you have to time your first or your second jump correctly, and just like messing up on any of those things can cause a trick to go wrong.
I was really close. I just jumped barely too early.
Some good news for everyone. We've just hit over $250,000 in donations.
He is pushing against me right now. This is insane.
So setting up this trick also relies a lot on Hugo being nice to you, which unfortunately doesn't happen that often. He has to stop and swing at you at the right spot. There we go. There's only one other long jump attack over a trigger that's harder to do than this one. At least as far as like how far you get over the trigger, like, and that's force escape.
No, which won't be done in this run, but
Yeah. So in this run, that is definitely the hardest trigger skip.
Force escape is scary because if you fail it, you can easily just soft lock the game.
So Minna requires you to try and kill all of these guys before she'll give you the dark energy attack, which you'll be using for the majority of the game. So you have to spin attack them, at least kill 2 of them, so they revive each other, and then goes and grabs Minna.
oh my gosh,
Oh no.
he did not care.
Yeah. That's what's supposed to happen. That's what happens 90% of the time, is they'll both run at you.
There's going to be a lot of Shadow Beast fights in this run like that, and there's also going to be quite a few times where I'll try to go up and walk up to them, and they'll just flat out ignore me, because this game is trolly like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say the Shadow Beast fight are probably the worst part of the Twilight segments. At least they're the most like annoying and irritating parts for a runner. You just kind of have to power through them.
For the next few minutes, they're just going to be like pure optimization, so if there's any donations, you can read them.
All right, we have a $275 donation from Slurpee. Thanks to AGDQ and Speed Demo's archive for this amazing marathon. I lost my grandmother to cancer a year and a half ago. Shout out if I could to my girlfriend, making 3 years in February. A $250 donation from Byron. The marathon feels especially important to me today. My grandma was just diagnosed with an aggressive form of lung cancer, and early detection would have made all the difference. We are hoping for the best, discussing our options, and praying. Much love, and thanks for doing everything you do.
Those bugs ran randomly, so a lot of times you can miss them with a 1 charge attack, but I got them both that time.
Yeah. Smart GM.
It's faster to take the shortcut at the beginning of the tunnel than it is to run through it. It just cuts straight to the end.
And something cool about whenever you dig out of a hole like that, you'll see him mashing, or you'll hear him mashing actually. But if you just like hold left or something and mash, you can actually dash on the first frame after you're in your idle state before Minna lands on your back, and it saves a small amount of time.
You notice that he's not collecting all the tears yet. You'll see soon why that is the reason.
I do have to get all the tiers and through the Twilight, but I'm only getting a certain few because I'm going to have to come back through here again.
Well, we won't tell you why yet because it's a surprise.
At least for those who have not watched Speedrunning with Twilight Princess before.
Okay, so in this area, I'm going to use Minna's charge attack to get out of bounds by using the Shadow Beast. The Shadow Beast has 2 types of swings. So I can only do this trick on 1 certain type of swing, so I have to get lucky that he gives it to me. That wasn't it. That's not it. Nice, nice, okay. So now I'm out of bounds, and by navigating this out of bounds area, I can actually jump to a later part of the game, right here. And now I can go to the Sacred Grove and get the Master Sword.
Yeah, this is the biggest sequence break in the game, and it opens up a lot of options for speedrunning.
So with the Howling songs, you only have to be like kind of close, so you can kind of mess around at the end.
They're usually pretty lenient.
We have a $50 donation from Rokius. It's been a year since I first stumbled upon speedrunning, and my god, do I love it. Keep up the good work, and let's hope we break last year's record. I'm pretty sure I see Runner Guy in the crowd, so donation goes to his choice.
Build the L.
Somebody clap for that, yeah. So this is just chasing Skullcat around until we get to fight him and get to the Master Sword area.
Yeah, there's a lot of areas in this game where it's just movement optimization until you get to the next trick. Or the next dungeon. Dungeons are heavily based around movement optimization, especially after he gets the Gale Boomerang. Which will also keep that a surprise.
Probably one of the more interesting items of the game. The Gale Boomerang is the most used item in this run. It's also the most broken one, and we'll see why after I get it. Not hanging. I try to B-attack him a certain way there. You can get it to drop down in the cutscene if you do it the correct way, but that time I heard it, I'm only hanging. Yeah, there.
Yeah, and he'll kind of just like appear there, right?
Mm. Yeah, if you do it correctly, you'll just appear like in front of the cutscene. Oh, totally
I think
cutscene.
like
Yeah, this.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it's like this trigger when you jump down is so weird. Sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Usually, like right before you touch the ground, the trigger is supposed to happen. You can skip the cutscene, but just every once in a while, it just won't happen. It takes like an extra 2 seconds. So I don't kill all. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die.
Oh, jeez.
Hopefully, one of them dropped the heart. I have died here before. It's really embarrassing, so I don't want that to happen.
Sure, one of these guys will drop a heart.
Yeah, there we go. Let's get this. Okay, what I was trying to say was I only kill a select few of these because once you kill one of them, a timer starts for Skullkid to blow his horn. And every time you kill another one, the timer resets. So if you kill all of them, it takes longer for the timer to tick down for him to blow his horn again.
And also, the reason Pheenoh has so much awesome knowledge about this game is because he's currently working on a TAS of it, which is up to Gate Clip, I think?
I like that.
Like Bad Temple. So here we have the puzzle that is the subject of many Twilight Princess players' nightmares, or casual players anyway. People are always saying that this puzzle took them like 20 minutes or 30 minutes to do. But there's a couple different patterns that you can just do, and it takes roughly 40 seconds from the time you start the puzzle to the time you get the Master Sword.
I wasted so much time on casual playthrough because in the Harry Potter game, there's a chess puzzle where you make the pieces hit each other and kill each other. So I spent the entire puzzle trying to make the guys run into each other.
I first played this game on the Wii version, actually, and then I went and played it directly after that on the GameCube version, and I was really, really lost on this puzzle, and just in general.
So now I have the Master Sword. Normally you're supposed to get it after Lake Bed Temple, which is the third dungeon, but I have it now even before the first dungeon. And pulling the Master Sword triggers quite a few things. It does a lot of interesting things to the dungeons, which I'll cover later. But the most important thing is I now have warping and the ability to transform into wolf whenever I want. and you're normally not supposed to have that until after you complete all the Twilights, so I'll be using it to do some sequence breaks later as well. And for some reason, at the beginning of this cutscene, it just doesn't appear. I don't know why.
That was like for the normal
And that's
cutscene, she's
there.
supposed to appear there.
Yeah. This cutscene's pretty long. You can do the animations or whatever.
All right, we have a $250 donation from Joshua Balanuk. Hi all, the amount of generosity at AGDQ is always staggering, and this year is no exception. I'd like to pass on my best wishes to everyone afflicted by this terrible disease, directly or indirectly, and I wish good luck to all of the runners. We have a $200 donation from Mr. Cab. Hey everyone, loving the night of Mario and Zelda. Kill all the animals.
Every last one.
We have a $100 donation from Tortfeezer. Hi all, Zelda block means that I will definitely not be waking up for work tomorrow. Well, who needs lawyers anyway? Thank you for everything you are doing and good luck with the runs.
I feel like most people here at AGDQ have completely lost the sense of sleep and scheduling.
Yeah, I'm like literally completely flopped on my sleeping schedule. I woke up at 8 p.m. today. It's
So
fine.
it's kind of convenient that pulling the Master Sword gives you warping because you can't get out of this area without resetting the game or killing yourself. So now I can warp back to South Crown Edge, which is the only portal I've opened so far. And now I can pick up the tears I skipped earlier.
Yeah, the idea is when you kill the bugs, there's about 3 or 4 seconds for the tears to become grabbable. So you kill them, and then when you come back to the second time, you can just get them immediately. You don't have to wait that time.
Yeah, and also when you do kill them, you have to wait before you go on to the next area. Like the two he just got there, when you killed those 2 bugs earlier, if you watched, you would notice that he waited to hear the explosions and then ran through there. So you have to wait for them to become tears. Otherwise, they'll just stay bugs and you have to kill them over again.
Okay, so this is going to be technically my second abuse of having the Master Sword earlier. You're supposed to mid to jump through here, but since I can turn into human or Twilight, I'm just going to use the lantern to go through the fog. Quite a bit faster than mid to jumping.
You're not even supposed to be human at all anywhere in the Twilights ever, because you don't even have the Master Sword yet. So the game doesn't bother to check if you're human and they force you into wolf form.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, these 2 bugs they're supposed to be underground, but when you come back through the second time around, they're just chilling above ground. So it makes them much easier to get.
I think what happens when you show up, they immediately start digging, but the first time they come, there's a cutscene, so you don't have time
Yeah,
to
the
kill them.
cutscene holds you in place, but the cutscene
Right.
isn't there the second time.
Yeah.
And all the bugs that dig can actually be killed before they actually dig. So I could actually enter the Forest Temple right now by transforming human and burning the web, but I need to get the hidden skill that spawns right here, and the hidden skill is only available when the Twilight is cleared. The hidden skill is Ending Glow, and it's full on possible to just completely skip Ending Glow, but if you get to the very end of the game and try to kill Ganondorf, you can't deal the final blow without this trick.
Shoutouts to Venice.
Shout out to Zenek, dude. He forgot it one time. It was amazing.
Very end of them.
Yeah, and then any percent and the new no save and quit route. I believe you go into that dungeon early in any percent, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and also in the no save and quit route. And what happens then is you'll actually just go get the Gale Boomerang, the dungeon item, and then you'll leave, so you won't complete the dungeon, and you'll have to do Forest Escape, which thankfully he does not have to do in this run because it's a dumb trick.
So normally you're supposed to get the gate key from Koro and then follow the monkey through the mist. It's really long and boring. But since I have Master Sword, I can work right back to North Crown and go into the Forest Temple. It saves a lot of time. So I could just completely skip this one if I wanted to. But I need the skill, so I transform it and trigger it.
All right, so for you Zelda fans out there that are just like more into the Zelda lore, this is actually confirmed to be the Link from Majora's Mask. And I technically Ocarina of Time, you know, there's a whole lot split timeline stuff, but I won't get into that. This is the Link from...
chat.
Hey guys, what's the best Zelda?
Okami is the best Zelda. Thank you very much.
We have a $200 donation from David Witten, who says, "It's okay. I just won't pay student loans this month. Put it all to Plexa for Wind Waker File Man. Happy birthday."
Okay, so you're normally supposed to have Slingshot, which is one of the items I skipped on order on day 2 to kill these spiders here. So I have 2 options. I can actually pick a Deku Nut off one of these guys, which I think I'm going to do here, and hit him with it. Sometimes the Deku Nut just breaks, depending on how the spider's positioned. Okay, that time it didn't though. And then I'm going to try and climb up without this guy. He is being really mean though, and did not want that to happen. So I'm going to lure him down.
These aren't like
And now I'm going to kill him with Wolf.
These aren't like the Ocarina of Time spiders where you can kind of just stay still and they don't see you.
You can, sometimes you can stop and they'll like wait and then turn around, but the majority of the time if you move while they're looking at you, they will just straight up lunge at you and knock you off the line.
Yeah, you have to stop really early, like right as they start to move. Like, I think you have to stop before they actually see you.
I just
even stop.
I have to kill the spider here, because when I come back to swing with the monkey, he'll get scared. And won't jump on the vine to let me over, if he's alive. So there's one frame here where I can backflip towards the door, but I didn't get it.
Yeah, and it's it doesn't actually skip any text or anything. It just makes you like right next to the door when the text is over. Woodpecker. Shout outs to Rodner.
Yeah, shout out to Rodney. What I did there was I jump slashed the post, and then the cutscene of the monkey jumping to the vine tried to force me in place, and it caused Link to act really strange and like hit the post a bunch of times.
Oh. That one always looks like you can get it with the second roll. So he just comes here to get the key right now, but we do come back to this area in a few minutes to head to the boss room after getting the Gale Boomerang.
Yeah, what's up? Oh, yeah. yeah.
What's up, CMG?
I'm gonna hug you so hard later. I have to wait on the monkeys here. After you kill them, they kind of clap and then they come up. Okay, so I have 2 of the monkeys. You're supposed to need 4 to get to the Gale Boomerang, but all I did was get enough monkeys to access the rear area to where.
Oh no.
I wanted to take a swim here because it's really hot in this room. So. Okay, like I was saying, I'm going to use the 2 monkeys to get to the rear area where the Gale Boomerang is, and do a trick called Gale Boomerang early, and it's going to let me skip getting the other 2 monkeys, so I can just go ahead and get the Gale Boomerang now. And these will actually be the only 2 monkeys I rescue in the dungeon. Now, you're supposed to get, I think there's 7 in total, but I'm going to get to the boss floor with only 2 of them.
Yeah, you can basically get to the boss room pretty quickly, but most of this dungeon is supposed to be saving the monkeys.
Yeah, and it takes a really long time to save all of the monkeys.
Let's kill the animals.
Okay, so while the wind is blowing, you can talk to Minna, and it forces the bridges to auto-turn. And while the bridge was turning, I walked forward to clip into the side of the bridge, and by doing that, I can actually get to the other bridge. And you're normally not supposed to be able to access the bridges without the boomerang to turn them and like line them up. And for this one, I'm just gonna side hop and get by it. And now I can get to the boomerang.
Yeah, so we got Ook now, and he's got a bit of RNG to him. Sometimes a lot of RNG to him. So
Speaking of annoying animals.
He can hop 2 times or 21 times. So
yeah,
2 times.
Alright.
Awesome.
he started pretty quickly too, so that was good.
So because I have a master it early, it deals so much damage I can actually kill him in 1 cycle. Normally it's not possible.
Yeah, you see that a lot with the early dungeon, mostly just with Forest Temple, where you can just kill enemies really, really quickly.
Also, spin attack does, what, double damage over a slash?
Yeah.
It's pretty common in a lot of Zelda games.
Jump tech and quick spin do the same amount of damage in this game, so there'll be a lot of instances where I jump slash and immediately chain it into a quick spin and keep chaining quick spins to deal massive damage quickly. And so now we have the most broken item in the game. It's also the only item that talks to you. I don't know why they
Yeah.
why they didn't put that in. But.
And just this one time. Yeah, fun fact about the jump slash spin attack though, like what you do is you hold L, press A, and then spin the control stick, and you don't even need to press B, and when Link lands, he'll do a jump slash and then a spin attack immediately afterwards. You can also do it after backflipping, which is really weird. You just backflip, spin the control stick, and he'll do a spin attack.
Yep. Okay, I save and reset here to get back to the beginning of the dungeon. It's faster than backtracking because opening that door in that room with the Gale Boomerang takes a long time.
Yeah, you gotta go to the boomerang at the little propeller 3 times and the cutscene for each time.
Yeah. And that's just basically the game saying, okay, so this is how you use the Gale Boomerang.
And those spiders are much easier to get past when you have the Gale Boomerang. I'm going to do a little shortcut here to get to the boss key. There's one little part of the fence that blocks you off towards the boss key where you can actually hop on it. And when it's running, you might have to hit that. It saves a few seconds. There we go.
And if you stay idle on that fence, like you can't just stand on it or else you'll slip off, so we just need to hold forward and we can just do the little hop that you saw.
Yeah, those switches right there are really stubborn. If you are very slightly off, like you don't get the little yellow targets around them, it won't open the door. I'm getting the boss key. If you're familiar with those Zelda speedruns, you might know that there are boss key skips in them. This game is kind of different in that most of the boss loading zones are tied to opening the door. You can't, even if you could get behind the door, you can't actually go to the boss loading zone, or the boss room rather. The one exception is Lakebed Temple, which you'll see later.
We have a $50 donation from Stephen Dimmick. Hey all, love what you're doing. I've lost too many friends and family to cancer and love what the speedrunning community does to raise money for a great cause. Also, it's wonderful that I actually get to watch the full marathon this time. Yay for not getting any shifts from work this week. Can I get a hell yeah from the crowd for some excite?
Okay, so this is why the boomerang is so broken. Yeah. So it's pretty obvious I'm not supposed to be up here. Okay. So what I did was I threw the boomerang over that void, and when you target something over a void or higher ground than when you currently stand in this game, and you jump attack it, you lunge to the target, and it's just kind of like an oversight in the targeting system, I suppose. But you can, in the GameCube version of the game, you can throw the boomerang and target it, and since you can move your target around everywhere, it pretty much allows you to sequence break in like everywhere in the game.
Right here, you can pull out your boomerang and just press LL and it will target the two closest things to Link. And sometimes that is a bomb and then one of Diababa's heads, and sometimes just bomb.
Yeah.
So
I opted not to do it.
yeah, generally don't use it, but I guess if we're feeling YOLO-y.
You can just not say that again.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a little trick to speed up this fight. I have to wait for Oop to bring me out the bomb. Once he brings me out the bomb, I'm gonna intentionally throw it on the ground to make the game think I dropped the bomb. And then I'm gonna throw the bomb at Diababa, and right as it hits Diababa, Oop's gonna bring me out another bomb immediately instead of having to wait.
And also take a dip in the poison.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a long double attack at it for funsies.
So I wait a minute for him to bring me out of the bomb. And see, there's the other bomb.
And once again, the Master Sword does just crazy amounts of damage and kills him very quickly.
Normally that would be a 2-cycle, I believe. Or, I mean, I guess like 3 or 4 cycles or something. We only see that in 100%.
I'm gonna get almost all the heart containers in this run because of Snow Peak and Temple of Time. In Snow Peak, I'm gonna do quite a few tricks that require taking damage to do them. So I want a lot of health, and Temple of Time is just really stupid, and there's a lot of enemies.
Yeah. And there's Palace of the Twilight at some points. Can also swarm you. Yeah, it's possible to do it with 3 hearts, but it's like highly not recommended. Because you would be very low on health all the time, and it's just way too risky.
We have a $200 donation from Ronnie. My sincerest thanks goes out to all the runners for taking the time to match with these awesome games and for giving your time to fight for such a great cause. I first learned about AGDQ from speedrun videos posted on YouTube, and I've been an avid watcher since. Keep up the great work, and let's all work together to take cancer down. Shoutouts to Yelitsa. I love you very, very much.
So again, this is something else from Back in Time. You're not supposed to have a Pheenoh yet. But since I did Back in Time, she's already tamed, so I just scrolled down and called her. It's a little bit faster going to Fair on Twilight this way. Yeah. So there's a big mailman trigger here where the mailman stops you and gives you mail. I'm going to try and get over it. It's kind of hard. Hopefully I'll get it though. I wasted my spurs there. That was slow. Okay. Alright, I got it.
Awesome. That's actually a pretty precise trigger skip too, now that I think about it.
I think this is interesting. You run up to this as Wolf since you have Master Sword, and you enter the Twilight as Wolf. But when I pop out on the other side, I'm going to be human. And then I'm going to turn back into Wolf.
Yeah, there's some really funny cutscenes that you can watch by having the Master Sword and being either human or wolf when you're not supposed to.
Are any of those cutscenes going to be shown?
No. If there's time at the end, I guess maybe just show it. So this fight is really important because it turns on map warping, or rather what happens right after this fight turns on map warping, which is you can warp either by hitting Z and talking to him in, or you can also pull up the map and then turn Z to turn on warps, but that second option isn't available until this happens right here. And I need the map warping to do glitches later in the run, so this is like unskippable in any run. So she wants me to get the bridge right now, and I can actually go get it, but I'm going to go back to Southbound, and I'm going to go to Lakebed Temple right now. There's kind of like a couple ways I could do the stuff right now, and I just opt to do the harder tricks first to get them out of the way. Again, just calling Pheenoh because she's faster than both. And I also need her for a trick on me.
So yeah, this was the other trick that we were talking about, the gate flip that you had to do right after Bow and is RNG heavy.
So this is the back entrance to Lake Helia. You're normally not supposed to open it until you clear all the Twilights and you go through the wagon escort to get the Zora armor. But the gates weren't programmed that well in this game. So I'm just going to put Pheenoh in front of the one spot on the gate, and I'm going to use her back leg to actually push me through the gate. The gate has to swing in one specific way, and Pheenoh also has to be positioned in a specific way to make the trick work. So I'm going to do a little setup here. And then I'm going to roll into the gate a bunch of times until it pushes me through. Oh, that's the end.
Not in the corner.
Round two. There we go.
I don't even know much about the details of the trick, but I assume it's when you roll the gate and the gate shakes, there's like a small seam that you can like roll through.
Yeah, and I'm glad he brought that up because it's actually possible to do it without Pheenoh, but it is pixel perfect and frame perfect as well. So I don't do that.
Also through teleportation and green backdrop and
yeah. So there's a lot of crazy stuff going on right now. And I'll explain it in a minute. The important trick is, this trick is the hardest trick in the run, and it's probably going to take me a few tries to get it, but it's key for making the route to work. I'm going to sink underwater because Lakebed's water, or the Lake Helia water is low right now, and I'm going to clip a pillar and go out of bounds and get into Lakebed. It's close to pixel perfect, so I don't know, here we go. I also have to beat the air timer into the Lakebed loading zone.
Yeah, and that's probably one of the biggest challenges.
I'm really far away. Yeah. Okay, I didn't flip. So I'm going to reset because I won't make it back to the surface and try again. I'm actually kind of glad I failed that, and you'll see why in a minute. So the game thinks I can't get up to this area. When you save near Lakebed, it puts you up near the spring, and it thinks you can't get up here until the water's raised, but the water's not actually there. So I'm going to jump off, and Link's going to dive straight into the ground. But when I get over water, he doesn't dive. And so I'm lining Link back up here with visual cues on the wall. And then when I get over like that, I'm going to sink back down and try again.
Yeah. And a lot, when we say visual cues in this game, we pretty much are just talking about splotches on the wall. So I mean, there's not a lot to go off of, but splotches.
For those who are unfamiliar with this game, this is actually the third Twilight area. He hasn't really spent any time in the second one at all. He walked in and walked out.
I went too far out. Usually it's between 1 to 3 tries here, so this is still pretty average. And we can see this again.
We have a $20 donation from Jackson Hagan. Hey guys, great to see Twilight Princess being run by Pheenoh. It's rare to see so many great people in one room doing something for such a great cause. My uncle lost his life to colon cancer, and my mom survived oral cancer, but to only have half of her tongue. Regardless, I'm glad she's alive. I'll donate again if everyone in the room high-fives each other.
That was like...
Okay.
Not enough high fives, I think.
I think we got enough.
Okay. So I actually got really, really close on that one. I just turned barely too far to the left right at the end. And again, this is still pretty atypical of this trick. It's very, very difficult.
In a lot of other categories, you would have the Zora's armor, which means that you don't have any kind of air timer, which makes this trick much simpler.
Yeah, I think in No Save and Quit and 100%, those are the two categories that you would have Zora armor in. Actually, I'm not sure about 100%, but I mean, it's actually way, way easier with Zora armor. So much so that it's hard to fail.
I still went too far out.
As you can see, this is a much harder way to do the trick.
The massive speed you can get with Zora armor underwater and being able to turn really quickly allows getting out of bounds here very easy.
Yeah, and I mean, getting Zora armor would be slower than just doing this.
Yeah, this saves quite a bit of time, regardless of how many times he fails it.
Killing me. Yeah, this is Twilight Princess.
There are some tricks in this game you can practice over and over and over, and you just can't get them consistent.
Yeah, there are a lot of tricks in this game that are just really, really precise, and they have to be done a very specific way. And I mean, if you don't practice them, or like, you know, you just like haven't done it in a day, then you'll just be like a little bit off. There's been a lot of times where I will practice a trick for an entire day and I'll get it consistent for about a week, and then I'll maybe stop playing the game for a day, and all of a sudden the trick won't work, and I just like won't be able to figure out why. I'll just like have to go back to the drawing board. So.
Oh my gosh! Wow, that was so close. I can't believe I didn't get out.
I thought that was gonna be in.
We have a $100 donation from Chad Wilson. Thank you to Potashu for suggesting the OpenDNS. I've been looking for literally hours to donate. Since I missed donating for my favorite game, Link's Awakening, put this toward Chrono Trigger 100%. Awesome job, everyone. Let's kick cancer's ass like these games.
There we go. Nice.
Okay, good. Yeah, like once you clip in, the trick's not quite over. You still have to get into the loading zone before your area runs out.
But as long as
Generally, once you get out, you pretty much are guaranteed, not guaranteed, but you have a pretty good chance of getting in.
Yeah, as soon as you landed close enough and got out pretty much right away.
It's just the combination of both the air gauge and the preciseness of the trick. Or
through the hoop!
Oh my god, you got it. Marathon run saved.
Okay. So that choo-choo just, if you're really lucky, it just jumps straight through the switch there, and it looks really cool.
I think this is the only room in the game that requires bomb arrows.
This is just more abuse of LJA. Just skip knocking down the stalactites here.
Of course, he doesn't have arrows, so...
There's actually a way to do it without arrows, but I don't have bombs, so I can't knock down at all. So we're going to do a really cool trick here if I get it correct. I'm going to chain one LJA straight into another one to get over by the Aku, because I need him.
This dungeon has some of the cooler LJAs, or cooler sets of LJAs.
So I came in here to get the Aku because I'm going to use it later to be a dirty thief and steal a bomb bag.
Or some people call it the man chicken.
The man chicken, yeah.
Rip that.
On this?
Man chicken junior, more
Every
just
time
like
I'm working.
head chicken.
Yeah, isn't that?
So he's going to take me back out here, and now I'm going to continue on. I actually cannot clear this Twilight yet. I need to clear the second Twilight I skipped, but I'm going to go ahead and complete as much as possible of it, and then go back and do the other one.
No.
Now, while I was doing Pillar Clip, we were talking about getting the Zora armor and doing the clip. I'm actually not going to get the Zora armor at all in this run. I'm going to skip it and kill Morpheal on the air timer by doing an interesting glitch, which we will show later.
All right, so how is it faster not getting the Zora armor? Like, what do you skip?
It basically just skips the escort. That's the big thing. There's a way to do this fight 8 seconds faster by going into the water as Human Link, but if he grabs me, my game will crash.
Yeah, it's not like some person do that in marathon run like a crazy
Yeah,
person.
Bocat ran this at SGDQ and didn't have any backup save and got it, but if he'd have failed it, like the run would have been, that's it.
Yeah, it would have been over.
He's a crazy man.
You have to, if you do happen to soft lock the game, you have to unplug your Wii and or GameCube.
Yeah, normally the guy does like a big fly around, but you can catch him and just hit him twice right away, and makes the fight much harder.
Yeah. I mean, it makes it like not that much slower than doing cargo rock skip, which is luring him to the water that we were just talking about. And also, another side effect of doing the cargo rock skip is you're human when you go into this sequence, so he's actually carrying like nothing or like a really malformed version, I think. Yeah. And the camera goes absolutely bonkers, and it's actually kind of scary to fly through here because if you hit something, you'll fall and you have to do it over again.
It looks cool, but it's also risky because you can't like really see where you're going.
Yeah, and on the upside, there's actually no equivalent archers around when you do it, so that makes it a little safer. But I mean, these guys never hit you anyway, so.
Yeah, they hit me all the time. Something we'll probably see later is the bubbling archers in this game are insanely precise.
Yeah, like in here not so much, but yeah, just in some of the later parts of the game, they are snipers.
I remember this section being a huge pain on the Wii version. The control guy.
Yeah, on the Wii version, controlling this section, you actually use the pointer to move him around, so it was really weird.
Terrible mechanics.
Oh, and also, I guess while we're talking about the Wii version, the reason that we run the GameCube version and not the Wii version is because the LJ with the Gale Boomerang, which I guess we call the Gale Slash, is not possible to do on the Wii version because as soon as Link takes out his sword, the targeting breaks.
And you have to be targeting the Gale to do the trick.
Yeah.
The actual LJ still works. You can target things like enemies, and it'll work, but it's a lot less convenient because you can throw the Gale pretty much anywhere.
You can do like LJ off of all the weird things like the fishing hook and stuff like that.
Yeah, but like generally, you use enemies. In fact, there's a section in well, you won't do the Snow Peak LJ, will you?
No.
I think so.
I'm being really safe here because it's very easy to fail when they're really close to the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes those guys can like completely ignore you, and it's really hard to hit them both.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Like that's exactly what we were talking about. Is sometimes they'll just walk away from you and they won't even register that you're there.
Okay, so I opened the Zor's domain warp, but I can't toggle the domain yet because Zelda Twilight has to be cleared for the giant meteorite to fall. You're also supposed to do Goron mines at that time, but I'm going to push that off to later, which I'll also explain later. So I go back to North Town and go ahead and grab the bridge, which was what I was supposed to do a long time ago.
Opening that warp there was really important though, because now you can warp directly over there without having to do the gate club again.
Right. I thought my game crashed for a minute.
Haven't saved yet.
I wouldn't put it past this game. I really wouldn't. It has done stranger things.
Yeah, I mean, there are times like everybody has had this game just freeze on them for no apparent reason at some point.
So Minute talks to you here right when you land, but there's one frame where I can jump out of it. I got it.
Nice.
Okay, I'm going to do something really weird after I dig under this gate. So since I have the Iron Boots so early, the game thinks I'm ready to fight King Bubbling 1, but I can actually flat out skip King Bubbling 1. I don't have to fight him at all. So what I'm going to do is dig under it and then walk around his trigger. The trigger is only in one circle area because you're supposed to jump the gate with Epona later and land in the trigger. But they didn't map it like all this whole area, so I can just walk right around it.
Yeah. I mean, if you actually do happen to hit the trigger, you can walk out, right?
Yeah, you just walk right out and it picks this up. Yeah, if you do hit the trigger, it puts it in like this broken, it puts Kakariko in this broken like half Twilight, half regular state, and like nothing is here. What?
Who's that?
You're a ninja.
Yeah, I think it's if Link is too close sometimes, he'll go straight to his Shadow Beast and then immediately back and he won't actually hit it.
Some games is really silly, like start both tier collections at the same time and then get half in one and the other to doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, the tier collection doesn't trigger until you melt Zora's domain, I believe.
Right. You can't get the vessel until Zora's domain has been thawed. You can actually get in the spring, but she won't talk to you, even if you're wolf, until Zora's domain's been thawed. So this is, for the next 8 or so minutes, just going to be tier collection like the first time, so get free on donations.
You have to target those bugs in a specific order to get them all in one go.
I targeted the one on the left just slightly too early, and it threw it off.
So there's some cool little tricks in this area that help with optimization, but there's nothing major in this area as far as tricks are concerned.
So a little interesting fact, there's actually like, when you run straight through the middle of the village, you slow down for no reason at all. So when possible, I try to avoid the direct center of the village. It typically only saves like a frame or two, but every turn counts, I guess.
Height.
I always bonk on that thing whenever I try to get on it.
Same.
I was like, I bonk and fall off almost every time.
We have a $350 donation from Chain Reaction. Thank you very much for this wonderful cause. I can't believe I haven't heard about this until now. This has consumed my life for the past 2 days. Looking forward to donating more in the future. Keep up the good work.
I tried to knock the bug off the wall by hitting the wall there, but he didn't do anything, so I'm gonna have to grab him now. I have to be kind of careful in some of these areas because it's possible to pick up the tier and then walk out without it.
Yeah, it actually has to appear in the vessel that's on the right side before the game will say, okay, you have this tier. So if you walk out before it appears in there, then it'll just assume you didn't get it and you'll have to turn around, go back in and grab it again.
That was called dash canceling. I intentionally tried to cancel the dash and then be attacked twice in a row to maintain my speed so I could dash again on both the roofs. It saves like 10 frames.
So,
I think that was the first min to jump like this.
nice to do that first framer is like the hardest one to get for like whatever reason. I never get it.
So far this Twilight has taught us to break into people's houses. We're going to burn down a house next.
And we're just going to make sure that house is filled with explosives.
Yep.
Burning down is a bit of an understatement.
This is another small time saver. By targeting bugs, I can get LJ speed off of them. That saves about half a second.
I found out it actually is possible to die in that room.
Oh yeah, you game over.
Yeah.
You die.
To wait a pretty dang long time there.
I think it's pretty interesting. When you clear the Twilight and come back here later at night, there's a Poe here. So it kind of seems like you killed someone. So we can add a murder to that list too.
Breaking and entering, larceny, murder.
It's a good game.
It's a cool game.
We have a $100 donation from CPony7. AGDQ is blocked at work, so I brought my tablet with me to watch between patients. This donation is in memory of my grandfather, who lost to cancer a few years ago, and in honor of my father, who is currently fighting cancer. Runner's choice where the money goes. Keep fighting the good fight.
So every time I reset the game, if I pick up a rupee bigger than 1 rupee, it's going to give me a text. I can actually side up or backflip or jump attack on the rupee and skip the text.
So once you pick it up while you're in the air.
Yeah, yeah. On certain climbable ledges, you can hug a wall while you climb it, and it'll skip the climbing animation. I can actually do it right here if I. Some are more specific than others. I'm gonna try and do it right here. There we go, I got it. The game just kind of pops you up.
We have a $100 donation from Joseph Harris. Got to donate for that Borderlands 2 cosplay. Pro is going to be a hot gauge. Thanks for all you guys are doing and keep having fun.
Wow. Look at these guys, they don't even care. So being a little slow in that Shadow Beast fight actually didn't matter too much because usually you have to wait on the escape, and I was actually really slow. I didn't realize. Most of the time, you end up having to wait on the steam there. Oh no, this guy.
This guy! Oh my gosh! I've never seen him do that before.
That was pretty cool. I wait a minute there because the bug is invincible for a few frames. What if I caught him there?
The cutscene's also messed up.
Yeah. So now I go to Death Mountain, and the meteorite will drop. And normally you're supposed to go to Death Mountain, the meteorite drops, and then you do Goron Mines. But since I've already triggered Zora's Domain Warp, I can actually just go ahead and grab it now. It's kind of interesting because Minna says that this thing has been here a while when it just like after it drops. It's actually possible to skip this cutscene, but it saves less than 1 second, and it's kind of hard to do, so I just opted not to do it.
You have to do it 2 times, right?
Yeah, you have to do it twice. The main reason why skipping it doesn't save that much time is because you have to transform into human to do it, but you have to be wolf to pick up the vessel. So you have to transform a total of 4 extra times, and it's roughly 6 or 7 seconds every time you transform. So it almost equals out the cutscene, just having to skip it. So now that the Zora's Domain's been thawed, I can actually get the vessel that when I couldn't get it earlier, and I can do this Twilight. which is the most annoying and boring Twilight.
And thankfully the last one.
Yeah.
One of the reasons, like, actually there's several reasons this is annoying. Mostly it's the fact that the shadow beasts are kind of a pain to set up to get correctly, and then you know, lily pad bugs.
Yeah, there's some of the tiers in this area act really, really random without much consistency. Namely the 2 bugs on the lily pads, which will come up in a little bit. Oh, this guy. See, here we go.
Yeah.
It begins.
Number 1.
I think this is probably the most difficult set of shadow beasts to maneuver to where you want them to be.
So I'm going to kill the one in the back, and then hopefully the one on the left will follow me up to the one on the right. That'd be a perfect fight. But usually that doesn't happen. Except now, it did. Awesome.
Alright.
So have to be really careful here. It's actually really easy to fall into the water, and it wastes about 40 seconds to climb back out.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I've had the pleasure of timing that multiple times. So this Twilight actually wouldn't be too terribly long if you didn't have to run all the way to Hyrule Castle for one single tier. The majority of them are in this area. But there's a very long trek to Hyrule Castle to grab one in a box. That bug can really troll you. He was nice there. Yeah.
So he's gonna fall off this ledge here and land on like a really small spot. It's crazy. I've never done it like that before.
Yeah, usually sidewalk onto it. It turns into an auto hang.
Is it more consistent that way?
Oh yeah, you can't miss it.
And dropping from that ledge avoids a long series of mid-mid jumps to get up there.
Yep. So I'm going to try and lure the bugs. These are the bluey cloud bugs, and they're already eating the crap out of it. Okay, that was good. All right, that was good.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Like, probably the most annoying part of the lily pad bugs is the fact that climbing onto the lily pads is hard because where Link's head is facing, that's where he's going to climb. It's like he has to be facing the lily pads in order to climb them, and a lot of time he's looking at the bugs.
So I try to bounce this bug closer to where I need to go. Saves minimal time. And then I miss the tier. That doesn't save any time. Most of the time, I opt to swim in the water just because the current's flowing and you move a little bit faster than on land.
We have a $100 donation from Marzipan Whale. Greetings from Norway. This is really ruining my sleep cycle. Luckily, I'm flying to Japan in a day, so maybe you have ruined it in the right direction. I'll be sorry to miss the stream for 12 hours on the plane, but I'll manage. And just like Marzipan Whale, if you guys donate at least $20 before the end of this run, you're entered for a whole block of prizes, among which are the new Zelda 3DS XL, Papercraft King Usurper Zant, and some pretty cool posters.
And here, we run across Hyrule Fields.
The best field.
And here you turn the camera facing downwards to reduce a little bit of lag. So because this area is really big, if the camera's just facing straight forward, there's a lot of stuff on the screen. It creates a little bit of lag, and this just reduces it a little bit.
Yeah, there's a couple of areas where it saves time to do this, namely in Gerudo Desert.
Yeah, generally this game is not too laggy, but there's a few places here and there that saves a little bit of time.
These lag reduction strats found by the legendary ZFG.
My greatest contribution to this game. I saved a whole 4 seconds. I actually think it's worth it in that area too. I'm not sure though.
I don't know with that one. It probably is.
Yeah, it'll probably save like a second. A second is worth it.
These shadow beasts usually either go perfect or just awful. We'll see how it goes. Okay, good. Perfect. A lot of the time, the one in the back will just walk off and won't ever turn back around. What can also happen is I'll grab him in the back and then I'll go to hit the forward one and the wall will actually intercept me on the way there and I won't hit him and he'll revive his buddies. I'm not sure what controls the ghosts here. They're in slightly different. Wow. Wow! What are you doing there? Okay. Don't look ZFG.
So yeah, fine example of the collisions in Twilight Princess.
Look at this guy.
Oh, nice. All right, so we're coming up on the end of this Twilight.
Finally.
Yeah. He just has
cargo.
like he has the bug next to the cannon house, the 4, the Kargarok, and the one where he leaves the Kargarok, and then the big bug.
The final boss.
Probably the most beautiful creature in this game.
I think you mean Oxygen. Squidna. So I intentionally try to do the bugs in a certain order so I could put these next to last. So when I get these 4 bugs, I'm going to crash into the wall and say no when she wants to ask me if I want to try again. And where I respawn will put me by the last bug. Technically, it's the second last bug.
So it's the last bug before the big bug boss.
That bug is the closest one to the actual last bug.
Yeah, I always consider it the last bug.
We have a $200 donation from Kebab Skull. Enjoying the Zelda block immensely. Big thanks to the runners and everyone who donates. Great job for a great cause.
So again, that was intentional. I say no.
And a $75 donation from Santa Chanto. I absolutely had to donate during the TP run. Gotta love those LJAs. Zelda platforming at its finest. Keep up the great work, guys.
Well, thankfully, this is the last Twilight, and this game is chock full of it after you clear all the Twilights. So.
Yeah, like I guess as far as entertainment value goes, the game really picks up after the Twilights are cleared.
Yeah.
Even as far as fun value goes, the game really picks up after the Twilight is
I
cleared.
like this boss. Look at his legs; they look like sausages. I have to waste time for him to come back up out of the water, so I just like to do silly stuff.
Personally, I like to click L targeting with along with the song.
if you attack him from too far away, it's actually possible to hit him, and then he'll go back up, and you won't actually grab him, so it'll add an extra cycle to the run.
Yeah, you'll just kind of pop off of him sometimes.
So with the minute charge on his legs to finish him off, as long as you minute charge at least one of them, and it assumes you have all 6, so it just finishes it for you. Wow, I fell off him. Please.
Also, this bug is really super. So now off to Snow Peak?
No, I'm going to steal the bomb bag.
Off bomb.
It's faster to do Snow Peak with Claw Shot.
That's right.
So I go back to Zora's Domain, and I'm going to go to Upper Zora's River and open that warp because I need to get inside Isa's shop. I'm going to play her game, and normally you play the game and shoot the rocks and ride down the river, and she gives you a bomb bag. But I don't have the bow and arrow yet because I haven't been going mines. So what I'm going to do is get the bomb bag to start the game, and then I'm just going to leave with the coup. And it's essentially going to steal the bomb bag. And it's actually, they're sort of like, they intentionally wanted you to only have a temporary bag until you completed the game. So if I enter the save menu at any point, or if I die, the bomb bag will actually disappear. So what I'm going to do is once I get this temporary bag, I'm going to use it to get a permanent bag because I need a permanent bag later in the game to do the air refill glitch to fight Morpheal and Zant. So I can transform behind this time because I can't see me.
Best screen at 8.
We have an anonymous $50 donation. How much do I have to donate to win Mofat's beard? My aunt lost her breasts and then her life to cancer, and it's a fervent wish of mine that nobody has to go through something like that again. Good luck with Twilight Princess, and I can't wait for the N64 Zeldas. P.S. I hope nobody drowns.
So I told her I would help there, and then I just disappear. Goodbye.
Just kidding.
So now I'm back in Lake Bed, and I'm not going to go get the Claw Shot just yet. I want to get the permanent bag. And if you know anything about Twilight Princess, you probably know that you can only have one type of bomb in your bag at a time. So what I'm going to do is empty this bag and then get water bombs. And so getting rid of 30 bombs would actually normally take a long time because you can only place 3 bombs at a time before they all explode. But but if I get under this waterfall, I can just put them out immediately.
Take a nice shower here.
This is pretty nifty.
The water just instantly destroys the bomb.
Yeah. As soon as the bomb gets destroyed before it even appears, so it allows me to put them out extremely quick. And then conveniently, there's more water bomb creators. Okay, so now I'm going to warp back out with a coup and get the actual bomb bag because to get the fastest bomb bag after this would be the Gorn bomb bag, but he's in a rock underwater and you have to have water bombs already to get him out. And since I just got water bombs, I can now do that. Yeah. Yeah, somebody just made a good point. They said that that's the only bomb bag I can get. The EMS glitch actually messes up certain things, and one of them is it advances a state of Kakariko so far that Barnes won't sell you the normal bomb bag anymore. He normally won't. He'll only do it after Goron Mines. And even though I'm going to complete Goron Mines, he still won't actually sell it to me. So that bomb bag is forever gone. But this bomb bag is still here. So I get behind the Speedrun transform because the Zora's the Sony.
Not really sure what he's doing underwater, but
Yeah.
he's here for us.
He was in the meteorite, apparently. Okay, so I'm going to do a trick called Rocket Link. There it is. Okay. So what I did was I pulled a water bomb and then forced unequip my iron boots, and you're not supposed to be able to swim with water bombs. So what I did was I dropped the water bomb immediately, and the game launched me to the surface of the water to try and resurface me. This is actually a two-part glitch. If you hold it long enough and then drop it, it won't resurface you like that. It'll just refill your air meter, which is the air refill glitch, and that's how I'm going to beat more fuel. Okay, so now I have this permanent bag, but I need more water bombs to beat more fuel, so I'm going to dump them out as well. And now I'm going to go get claw shots since I have a permanent bag. This is just jumping to the staircase. The stairs are already turned where I need to go.
If you guys don't mind, could we get a roll call for everybody on the couch?
Yeah, I'm the runner. I'm Pheenoh.
I'm Mofet.
I'm test runner.
I'm ZFG.
There's a puzzle or something here, but I'm not going to do it. Oh, wow.
Oh.
So there's this one very brief moment where the gale passes, goes from being above that alcove to back above normal land, and I managed to hit it, so now I have to redo that trick.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, the long jump attack only works when the target is above you, so when it comes back down, it doesn't work anymore.
That's actually one of the more painful ones to fail because you have to climb up 2 sets of vines.
Yeah.
The other one is the double LJ I did earlier. When you fail it, you have to climb a very huge set of vines. It's the climber shame.
Yeah, failing any of the LJs in here isn't too fun.
There we go. So again, more LJs coming up. I don't even know what you're supposed to do here. I'm just going to go to Deku Code. You're supposed to get over here somehow. But I use the LJ and get on the railing, and now I can go to Deku Toad right now.
Yeah, the normal way, you have to go to another room across the way and do a whole bunch of crap, get keys and stuff like that, and unlock doors.
I remember dungeon a lot of kind of going back and forth to the two sides of the dungeon.
So while I'm fighting Deku Toad here, I'm going to be dropping water bombs a lot, or sorry, regular bombs, because I need this bag empty by the time I get the claw shot. And conveniently, this room's floor is completely watered, so it destroys the bombs immediately.
And you see him pulling out his sword when he has a bomb, which immediately causes him to drop the bomb.
Don't squish me. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Like the very top of his arm got me. That's okay. It's only like an extra 10 seconds, or 15 seconds. Because once he's down, he goes down pretty quick. I dropped the water bomb to blow him up. I'm gonna do the same thing here.
Yeah, bombs do a huge amount of damage here.
Yeah. There's actually a way to do this fight very slightly faster. If you have the ball and chain, it does extremely massive amount of damage. You just throw it once and it defeats him. Unfortunately, the time saved from that is slower than the time saved from having Claw Shot and Snow Peak, so I did this dungeon first. And so that bomb bag is now empty, so when I save warp here, it's going to delete my temporary bag, and I'll have a permanent empty bag, and I will get the water bombs in the first room, and I'm going to go fight more fuel.
And we're going to see the boss key skip for this dungeon.
Yeah, the only boss key skip in the game. And also the stupidest boss in this game.
Yeah.
Without Zora armor.
By far.
Nice.
Nice, I died.
That was intentional.
No run is complete without the land dive.
I actually missed it in Forest Noble, so I'm glad I got it. What? That was RNG manipulation for more fuel? That too?
Perfect fight coming up.
I swear if he gets me, if he blocks me. Okay.
I love how he was just chilling on the edge, waiting for you to get over there.
So, like I was saying, more fuel is a lot of RNG. If you swim straight up, a lot of times I'll drown before I even make it to the bottom of the floor. Oops. So I'll either get the fight my first try, or it'll take, I don't know, infinity tries. Hopefully the former. So this is the boss key skip. I'm going to pull a water bomb here. Go out of bounds. Swim under the floor. And there you go. Because you open the door and drop down into the fight, the loading zone is always active in that room, versus being tied to the door like all the other bosses. So the air meter is running, and you have just barely enough air to make it to the bottom. And once I get the cutscene, skipping the cutscene refills my air meter. All right, here we go. She has two phases. The first one's all easier than the second. All right. Okay, good. All right, I'm going to pull out a water bomb, and I'm actually doing the swimming with water bombs glitch right now. I did it before that cutscene started, so when this cutscene is starting, because I'm swimming with the water bomb, I'm going to float up during the cutscene, and I'll be above more fuel when the second phase starts. And since I'm still holding the water bomb, all I have to do is hit A, and it'll refill my air meter, so it'll give me the most chance to hit her once and then get back down to the bottom. Swim down. Okay, good. If she swims straight up, I don't have enough air to make it down to the bottom, but thankfully she didn't, so I should be able to make it.
There, he also unequipped iron boots by equipping something over it, and that lets you get off more fuel early.
All right. What? All right. Please. Yes. Got it.
Very nice.
Excuse my language here, but fuck that boss.
Getting that last claw shot in to skip like a whole round there is really, really
How she
tight.
swims there, like at that very last claw shot, she can swim a million different ways and it won't make it. So, and usually if that doesn't make it, they drown. So, that was a good fight. That was pretty much a perfect fight.
Good RNG manipulation.
See, I told you it would pay off.
I always wonder where this water drained into since you're underneath the lake.
Yeah, that's a point people bring up a lot, and I've never had an answer.
Don't question this game.
Yeah. You're better off not knowing.
So that was the last big stressful thing in this run. So, it's a load off. Failing that probably wastes more time than failing any of the other things. So I'm really glad I got that first try. And again, hearts here for Snoopy. I want as much health as possible because I have to do a lot of tricks that take damage.
We have a $20 donation from Metal Pat. Here's $20 to MoFat for growing the best beards in SGDQ. I should have followed you after seeing SGDQ, but that beard has sealed the deal. Also, cancer sucks.
Now I know the trick. They grow beards.
I even have to learn it. Music here is really good.
Yeah.
It's a pretty popular one.
Yeah, I have to throw in this gripe though. Like the first time playing through this game, like this is such like a great moment.
Yeah.
And then you run by an enemy, it's just like this dirty enemy music creeps
Exactly,
in.
exactly. This is one of my favorite parts of this game, and I kind of wish this left out any enemy music. And even you're like fighting a boss, it should still play the song. You know, sequence.
This guy. The bubble archers in this game scare me because they're deadly accurate.
Yeah, there's actually a part right before you go into Arbiter's Ground where if you do this strat that saves about 10 seconds, getting in there early, you'll still be wearing Zor armor, so if the archers hit you, you'll take a lot of damage from the fire arrows.
Yeah, the Zor armor is weak against ice and fire damage.
Yeah. But luckily we don't get the Zor armor in this run.
Sort of kind of trivia, I guess. If you actually jump into lava with the Zor armor, it'll instant game over you, regardless of how much health you have.
Now, speaking of which, there was one time the best CP race 2013, where I was fighting Xantz, and I targeted him from a really long distance away during the Goron Mine segment of the fight, and I LJ'd straight into the lava with the Zor armor on, and game overed.
Yep.
That's pretty brutal.
There's a trick that saves 3 seconds in this room, but if you're not extremely fast, the Goron will see you when you grab the rope. Basically, it just skips cutting it. It just skips that first rope, so I don't go for it, but I figured I'd throw it out there so you guys knew that. And so since Minna is like in her sickened state, I don't have the charge attack, which would normally be fastest for killing foes, so I'll use the attacks here instead.
And then another gripe, during all of this, all of Minda's Desperate Hour, they have to introduce this quest.
Yeah. So here's another place where I can use Master Sword early, because at this point in the game it's still technically early. Normally you're supposed to kill both those keys, and then you can climb this ledge with the torch, and then burn it with the torch, but since I can transform to human, I just use the lantern to do it. Alright, this section is really tricky. I hit him into the water. The water kills him instantly, I don't know why. It's just how the game works. And I'm going to try and get off the ropes earlier by attacking Bubblins. Sometimes if you jump at the wrong time, you'll just fall straight down, so hopefully that won't happen.
Yeah, or like sometimes you'll walk on the staircase.
Yeah.
That's mostly with the last one, though.
Also, the hitboxes to get on the ropes are really tiny and like obscure, so it's really easy to just jump off even when you're trying to go for the rope. This section is really frustrating, probably like especially on your first time playing through. Very nice.
So that's a scary one to fail.
Mm-hmm. This guy. So if you're fast enough here, you can actually get to the bridge right at the end. As long as the wind doesn't blow me off, I should make it because that jump I did saved a lot of time, almost a full second. Okay.
Nice.
Nice. Very close. Is falling down as he lands on it.
That was a really good minutes test per hour. The cutscene here, if you turn into human, is hilarious. And if I have time at the end, I'll show it if I'm allowed. Because you're still not supposed to have Massive Sword at this point. And if you turn into human and watch it, the game tries to render Human Link as Wolf, and crazy things happen.
Humans just weren't meant to be wolves.
So when the Harrowfield text appears there, I can't pull out my map, but by pulling up the item menu and then canceling it immediately, I can pull up my map very slightly faster than waiting on the text to disappear. Okay, this is the trick I was talking about a little bit earlier, where I said I needed map D-pad warping. Basically, I'm going to talk to Minna and then warp at the same time, and Minna's going to cancel my warp by pulling up because I talked to her. And what the game does is once you initiate a warp, it starts to unload things, unload the next area. But because Minna cancels a warp, only one thing unloads, and that's triggers that aren't tied to actors, which are basically just triggers you can walk into. And that's going to let me skip the Reedfish Scent. Because there's a gigantic trigger here that sends you backwards, but because I do the map glitch, the trigger is no longer there. This is also NTSC exclusive, and PAL, sorry. Okay, got it. If you miss that, you'll actually just warp, and it wastes about 40 seconds.
So this trick is actually one of the reasons why Japanese is not faster in this game, because the trick just does not work on Japanese version at all, and it wastes a very large amount of time.
Yeah, because you'd have to go and get like the fishing pole and stuff.
Before you even do clip out, because once you do all the back and time stuff, you don't get any more.
And even if it did work, the text in this game is so fast, it would save very minor amount of time.
Yeah. Another strange effect of map glitch, which I won't demonstrate because it makes it hard to see, but if you turn on senses, you can't turn them back off without getting hit. I don't know why, it's just how it is. There's some more of the edge glitch I did earlier. Okay, so to continue on to Snow Peak, you have to dig into a cave, and like I said earlier, all loading zones are gone. So if I dig into this cave right now, my game's just going to crash because there's no loading zone there. But I also mentioned that loading zones tied to actors, or objects rather, aren't affected by the glitch, and there's a howling stone up here to trigger one of the hidden skills. So I'm going to howl up the stone to go into like the howling area, and I'm just going to leave immediately, and it's going to refresh the area, and I'll be up at the top of Snow Peak with all the loading zones active, but past the Reedfish Scent loading zone, so I get to skip it completely. It's just like really convenient that this howling stone is here, because if it wasn't, this wouldn't work at all.
Yeah, as is the case with a lot of things in Twilight Princess. They just like happen to work.
And then I just leave.
Which leads us with some pretty unfortunately difficult tricks sometimes.
And map glitch, because of everything, that all the dead ends that it fixes, it saves like roughly, I think it's 30 minutes. It and EMS are the two biggest sequence breaks in the game. And this is the reason why I did Lake Bed first, because now that I have Claw Shot, I can speed up a lot of these areas. Hopefully these keys won't hit me here. What? Oh my gosh. He died for his brother, so he could hit me.
The reverse
What a guy.
I don't know what to call that.
SBA is laughing somewhere. It's actually really hard to do a quick spin there because there's so many objects loaded at the same time. The game slows down a little bit, so I have to intentionally do the quick spin slower, or else it'll be too fast for the game to register. Okay, I'm gonna pick up this heart here unless I have full health, which I do. So. I say no to him here just because it skips 2 text boxes. He wasn't happy.
I'd like to point out that he has a saddle on his head.
Yeah. I really like this guy. He's probably my favorite character in TP.
That is how you ride a snowboard.
That's right. The rupees on the snowboarding are kind of important. They're going to determine what I'm going to do rupee route-wise, because you need 300 rupees to fix the cannon to get the city and sky.
Yeah, there's some backup strats, but they waste a little bit of time.
Yeah. Realistically, as long as I have 100 rupees before I get anywhere close to it, I'm fine, because I'll be able to get the 300 out of the bell with the bomb arrows. But my goal is to skip that, because it's faster to grab rupees along the way than it is to go out of your way to get that one. So I believe there's 95 rupees you can get here. And then I'll pick up another 100 in Snow Peak. Nice. Good. Awesome.
Nice.
That last 50 is like the most important one.
Yeah, the 50 there is definitely the most important one.
And
And
also-
it's like free.
It's also
I know.
probably-
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay.
I'll just pick up 20 before Gorm lines.
Yeah, you're gonna need 300 rupees to beat the game.
So jumping on snowboarding actually saves a little bit of time, but it also makes Link kind of hard to control. So for most areas, I opt not to do it, where it's a little risky. All right, this dungeon's pretty tough. There's no super luck-based thing like Morphle in this dungeon, but there are a lot of hard tricks, so here we go. It's also the shortest dungeon of the game if I execute everything correctly.
And also has the most annoying enemy in the game.
Yeah, the chill post. Oh, ZFG also found this trick too.
Oh yeah. No one else would have found that besides me.
So you're not supposed to be able to get over there, and that they didn't think you'd ever be able to get down there without breaking the floor. So you can just shoot the clock shot straight through the floor because it's a one-sided collision. All right, this is a out of bounds LJ. I'm using the item menu to make sure it goes out of bounds. Whoops, I missed it there. That's okay. I'll just kill him and do it again. All right, cool. And it's actually faster to jump into the void here, but because this is a marathon run, I'm going to be a little safe and try and get back. There's a good chance I'll just fail this anyway because it's hard. But all right, I got it. So that saved me a heart. Okay, so this room is really poorly programmed, and you'll see why. So I'm going to target right here and side hop and go through the floor. And then roll into that door. And then I'm going to open this door backwards. Okay, so I'm going to try and skip this cannon puzzle here. I'm going to turn the freezer one way and then turn him back and try to wedge myself in between the door and the wall, and it's going to push me out of bounds, and I'm going to open the door backwards.
This trick can be kind of scary.
Nice. That trick's actually kind of difficult, so glad I got it. And there we go. Nice, that was good.
Yeah, if you get frozen in a bad spot, it just keeps comboing you ice over and over.
Yeah, which is really bad in a run where I don't have that much health. Okay, so if I do this fight correctly, I can actually one-cycle this guy.
Yeah, that's the circles.
Okay, so got it.
We have a $100 donation from Steve in Georgia. My mom is a cancer survivor, and as a hospice RN, I see what cancer can do almost every day. Everyone give yourself a round of applause for your efforts to help fund research against this.
Alright, so this bubble here has 100 rupees, but if you do not ending blow him, there's a 1/6 chance that the 100 rupees here just won't spawn. I don't know why. It's Twilight Princess, that's why. So this freezer's still here because I never destroyed him. So he's gonna freeze me once. Nothing I can do about it. Just gonna take a quarter heart. So now I'm gonna get skip like 99% of this dungeon right now to get up to the boss key room, or yeah, the room with the boss key in it. Yeah. I really hate this trick. This is done in no save quit, but it's a little bit more difficult to do it with water bombs because the flashing's a little different. Okay, I actually went 1 frame too early. That's okay. The iron boots is for timing. Yeah, I can. There we go, I got it. Nice. Not over yet. So I'm going to do a very precise LJ here to skip this. There we go. All right, I'm going to break this. So if I fail this next trick, I can just pop shot right back up, try again. And this skips the very final cannon puzzle. Okay, it actually didn't go out of bounds. That's why I brought up the menu to make sure it would. Okay. Oh. Ooh. Okay. If he freezes you, he knocks you down. Okay. So that let me skip killing that freezer. That was good. That was good. Okay, so if this room goes correctly, I should only get hit once by the Chilfos. But it also requires I get a little bit lucky, so... This room is extremely dangerous because they are ruthless. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm triggering only sets of them at a time instead of all of them. It makes it a little bit easier to go with them. Okay, I might actually get hit again. Oh no. Okay. Alright, I have a lot of health, which is good. I want as much health as possible going into Zelda because her first phase does a whole heart of damage if she hits you. Here's the bedroom key. Okay. There's 1 frame where you can side out before Minda talks to you there. I tried to get it, but I didn't. So, I had a second loss. And since I skipped that cannon puzzle, the freezer is still there. But the game thinks you can't possibly get in this room without killing that freezer. So, Yetta's just going to kind of spawn inside it. Cool boss. I like this boss, even though it's kind of a pain.
Yeah, she's one of my favorite bosses.
I'm going to try for it. The 1 cycle in her second phase is really hard to do because if she bounces too far to the left or the right, you can't hit her with the ball and chain in time. But I will try to do it. So what I'm trying to do here is anticipate where she's going to go after she bounces off the wall so I can hit her as fast as possible. The first 3 or 4 times is pretty easy, and then as she gets smaller, she gets faster. Throw it. Ah, see. Okay. That's why I wanted a lot of health. Okay. Not too bad. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, normally you're supposed to let the 10 icicles drop and then you destroy 1 or 2 of them, so it puts a hole in her ring so you can hit her. But I'm not going to destroy any of them, and I'm going to use the invincibility frames from getting hit by an icicle to get in between her and the wall and hit her. What I'm going to try and do is hit her 3 times in a row, and it'll skip having to do it anymore. But it's really difficult to do, like I mentioned earlier. Nice, got it. I got it. Okay. I want to give a shout out to Vinnick. There's a trick coming up that doesn't really save any time, but it looks cool. There's one frame in between, transitioning between this cutscene and the cutscene where Yetta runs over to Yetta, where you can backflip, and the cutscene will force you forward and you'll do a gainer. It looks kind of silly. It's only one frame, so I'm just going to match it if I get it. I didn't get it. I love this cutscene. It's so good.
It seems to prove I'll be one of everybody's favorites.
Forget mirror. Look into eyes of Yetta. I'm gonna get the heart here. The big one, not yeah. That dungeon went really smooth. I'm glad. It was getting me a lot of trouble in practice. So you probably noticed already that I've done the dungeons kind of out of order. I've done the dungeons in the order 1, 3, 5, 4 now, or 1, 3, 6, 5 rather. And most of the time, doing the dungeons in certain orders is to save time. Like I mentioned earlier, I could have done Snow Peak before I did Lake Bed, but I opted not to.
Yeah, a lot of the earlier dungeons go much faster if you show up with a late game item.
Yeah, and Ball and Chain is really broken early on, which you'll see coming up in Arbiter's Crowns quite a few times. It saves a good chunk of time. What?
At this point, you pretty much have every item that's going to be having a major impact on the run.
Okay. Yeah, and in any percent run, it would be possible to completely skip Snow Peak altogether. I mentioned you didn't complete it, but you actually do go there to get the Ball and Chain. It's one of the bottlenecks of this game. You cannot stun one of Xant's phases without the Ball and Chain, so it's the only reason you ever go to Snow Peak. If Palace of Twilight were ever skipped, it would cut an amazing amount of time off this run, probably 30 minutes, 20 minutes. If I had Zormar, it would be faster to swim straight to Fjord, but because I don't have it, I run there as well.
And it's only a couple seconds difference.
Yeah.
We have a $50 donation from Adam Fess. Good luck to all runners, but most importantly, good luck to all people battling cancer.
Music here is good. This is another area where I use the lag reduction strats by facing the camera towards the ground. And I use the mini-map for the most part to navigate through.
I think this is the largest room in the entire game.
Yeah, this is the largest area in the game.
By far.
It's almost completely empty, but
Just the raw size of it makes the game lag.
Right.
I actually ran really far there. So usually if I'm low on rupees, I won't do this next trick, but since I have a decent amount of rupees, I'm going to do a trick called King Belt on Free Early. It takes about 10 seconds over getting the small key. Basically, coming up, you're supposed to get the small key and you open the tent, and then you roll in and battle King Belvin. But King Belvin has air triggers, which I mentioned earlier, and they can be triggered from infinitely above and below where he is. So what I'm going to try to do is LJ onto the tent, and then trigger the fight from above. It's kind of difficult to do, so if I miss it one time, I'll just go get the small key. Mostly because there's Bubbling Archers in this area, and once they see you, they snipe you, and you get destroyed. So
Yeah, this is pretty much what we were referring to when we were talking about them being snipers.
And having the ball chain here lets me slide through that gate. Normally you're supposed to get a boar and ride him through it. That saves a little bit of time.
Nice.
Okay, not over yet. I already got it.
There we go.
Yeah.
So for whatever reason, when you're fighting King Bulblin, you can only quick spin counterclockwise to hit him 3 times. If you do a clockwise quick spin, and only hit him twice. You can just beat him much faster with the counterclockwise quick spin.
I think the hitbox of the quick spin is extended very slightly when you counterclockwise quick spin, but it's only you can only actually see it on King Belvin 3. Or I think you can see it on 4 too, but for the most part, the quick spins are identical.
yeah, I know in Skyward Sword, like left versus right quick spins, one is I think like 1 or 2 frames slower than the other for whatever reason.
Well, that's something to do with startup animation, which quick spin they program first or animated first.
All right, this is my least favorite dungeon in the game. It's
Yeah,
really
mine too.
boring. Wow, I got back on him. Okay, I have to wait because I'll dash. I've actually done that enough, so I knew what would happen. Which is kind of sad.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is like everybody's least favorite dungeon that runs this game.
Yeah, every TP player just hates this dungeon.
But you get the best item. I don't know.
The best item you use.
It is the superior item, and you're going to see why in a little bit. It is magical. Oh wow, Wolf can hop. If you B-attack, Wolf can just hop straight through sand, and I can't really tell if it was intended or not because you can actually use it to just skip some puzzles like later. But I don't know, it just seems so obvious, like it seems programmed in that you can skip puzzles with it, so I'm not sure.
I use it actually on the B attack to skip across sand to skip a large portion of this dungeon later.
Why did I don't even know why I turned into a wolf.
I like how
I was thinking I was on the next room, that's why. Unfortunately, it's getting me in trouble.
And so yeah, these 4 pose are pretty much why we don't like this dungeon.
This is another trigger that's
Oh,
like
one of those.
an insane trigger. It's infinitely high and infinitely wide, and triggers in the middle of the air. For good reason though, because if you could just, the loading zone is actually there behind the gate, so if you could just run through the cutscene somehow, you could skip like pretty much 99% of the dungeon. Unfortunately, we've never figured out a way to get behind it yet.
And we've tried.
Yeah.
There's one place near the door you can clip like halfway out of bounds, and you can like claw shot the loading zone, but you can't get there. So it's so close but so far away.
Didn't you task it?
Yeah. There's actually you can claw shot through a wall, and it'll take you out of bounds briefly. And I canceled the claw shot animation with a bomb to try and blast me behind the gate, but it just barely misses it.
If it worked, it'd save like what?
It would save 10 minutes.
10, yeah.
You think there's no trick like in Ocarina of Time where you just walk around during this cutscene,
Yep.
walk right through the door?
Yeah, I actually tried to figure out something like that as well. One of the things I came up with was like putting a pot to try to stop the cutscene from triggering. And what happened was I walked into the pot and the game soft locked.
Classic Twilight Princess.
Cool game.
This game can crash and soft lock for the smallest things.
Let that be known,
Yeah.
that's one of the only things I've found in this game. That was kind of bad timing. I usually want him to hit me really early or not at all. Because if he hits me late, I get over to the Redead Knight slightly later, and he can potentially scream at me. Hopefully that won't happen. Okay, good, I got him before he did. Go away. I'm gonna get all the rupees here. I can actually skip the rupee text like I mentioned earlier, but I'm opting not to because after so many side hopping over, it becomes slower than just reading the text, so I just read the text. I'm gonna kill 4 of the Redead Knights, and that's gonna be 80 rupees. Hopefully these bubbles won't get me. Okay, good. Good thing.
Going for you in that cutscene.
Yeah, they are really mad. The rat, where is he? What? I don't even know what just happened. I think I threw the skull at him and killed him.
Yeah.
For those just tuning in, this is Awesome Games Done Quick, hosted by Speed Demos Archive, the premier community for video game speedruns. We are raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Since 1985, they've invested over $134 million in support of cancer prevention research, education, advocacy, and outreach programs nationwide.
Okay, so you're supposed to pull back the lever here to raise up the chandelier, and you get under it before you have enough time. But by not doing that, by aiming this LJ right here in one specific spot, you can actually just get on the chandelier. There you go. Yes. Awesome.
We have a couple of $50 donations. One from Axie Millie, who says, "Hey guys, first time watching AGDQ as it happens. Not seeing as much as I want to because of work. This is a great cause though, so keep up the good work." Another from Mary Kish. Watching gamers unite for a good cause makes me feel warm and fuzzy all over. A tip of the hat to everyone involved. Looking forward to the Chrono Trigger later on. Robo!
So I played it really safe in this room. There's actually a certain strat that skips killing all the Stalkin, but I don't ever do it because you have to hit both the Redead Knights with a boomerang without the Stalkin hitting you, and then throw the boomerang, and then throw the ball and chain. But it's pretty much straight up RNG, so I don't do it.
So there's a lot of really annoying rats in this room. If you leave the room fast enough, you can avoid them catching on you, because what happens is if they catch you, they'll slow you down. You have to stop and do the spin attack.
Yeah, okay. Usually if you hug the back wall, it always works. So what I'm going to do in this room is jump to the chandelier and not miss it and not waste 2 minutes, which I did in a run recently. I also got on the chandelier and then ran into the side and fell off.
I've done that.
Again, just skipping more chandelier shenanigans here with LJs. Well, I'm saying OP. Dead. Oh,
Skulls.
Here's the lantern.
Cool.
I think in my first playthrough I didn't realize this was a puzzle. I just lit 2 torches and it worked.
Yeah, if you view with Wolf, the Poe runs by the correct torches.
Oh.
So this Poe's patterns are RNG. How long he spins around is random. So sometimes he spins around a long amount of time, sometimes it's short. On his second phase, he has a slow spin and a fast spin. Sometimes he does the slow spin forever, sometimes he doesn't do the slow spin at all. Sometimes he only does it for a little bit. Again, just RNG. I try to walk towards the door just so I'm as close as possible to the exit.
See, that would have been perfect RNG for the second phase.
Yeah, I want him to spawn. I want the correct Poe to be the one by the door. That wasn't too bad. Sometimes I can spin for up to 5 seconds longer than that, so.
Just a reminder, we do have a bunch of really fun donation incentives coming up, one of which for the next game, Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. Basically, it's going to be a huge sing-along. If you love Space Jam as much as we do, you'll love this sing-along. And naming pretty much every character in Secret of Mana. So get your donations in as fast as possible.
Okay, so normally you're supposed to go right here and work your way to the spinner. And they kind of tease you with the Volsky, but you can't get by this void. But you can actually just hop behind this wall. And now it's Volsky. Normally you would grab this on the way back, but it's slightly faster to do a save warp and come back the other way. So I grab it now, and then after I get spinner, I save warp. Oh, weird camera. So if this goes well, I'm going to try and place the bombs at specific points so I don't have to wait on these Stalfos. It's kind of easy to mess up too, so I might have to go back and kill them. But what should happen is I should sneak by the gate and it should just open. Nice.
Awesome.
This next room, the ball and chain's going to come in handy since you're not supposed to have it yet.
Yeah, this is a great example of how massive its damage is.
It's actually enemy specific how much damage it does. It was found recently that if you do King Belbin 4 with ball and chain, it takes 90 hits to kill him.
Wow.
Shout out to Skyrim. So it's not supposed to be possible to complete this fight in less than 2 cycles, but the ball and chain does so much damage that you can. So I'm targeting here to try and get him as soon as possible. Stab him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put it away. Hit him again if we get him. That makes him go back to his next fit cycle immediately. Again, targets. Stab. 1, 2, 3, 4, done. So for those wondering about why I'm resetting so early in this save sequence, it actually takes less than 15 frames or half a second to save the game. But for some reason, the actual saving sequence is 5 seconds long. So I'm not really sure why it says don't reset, because it saves almost instantly.
We have a $52 donation from Andrew Matrisciano. It is really cool to see a bunch of gamers come together for such a great cause. My grandmother is a breast cancer survivor, and one of my grandpas died of cancer, so this means a lot to me. My brothers and I visited my grandmother in December when she had a doctor's appointment, and they told her she is 99% cancer-free. I watched some of AGDQ 2013, but now I have money to donate. Keep up the amazing work.
Unfortunately for the spinner sections, the faster you match, the faster it turns it, so every time there's one, I'm really going to hammer on it. For the most part, riding the spinner is very slow, but in a few unique areas in this dungeon, the spinner is very, very fast. Most notably, the boss room. Pretty much everywhere you ride it, the spinner is automatically extremely fast. This is my second least favorite boss, mostly because this first phase has a ton of RNG in it.
Yeah, what happens is he calls skeletons, like zombie warriors, to pop up in front of him, and they do nothing but just stand there and block your way. But they can block you in such a way that it takes you a long time to get to the center and hit him.
Usually the first 2 times, unless you get really bad luck, his spine is pretty easy to hit. But the third time, he brings up Stalfos or whatever they are right by his spine. And so I'm going to have to bounce off ones in the back to actually hit his spine. Every once in a while, the ones that spawn by spine just won't appear. But I've only ever had that happen twice, so yeah, this also happens too. You just get blocked by the front ones. Just luck. And then he hits me. Awesome. Okay, this should work. Dang it. I wish I could say I'm just getting really bad luck. This is actually kind of useful. That's how dumb this boss is. Okay, this should definitely work. Yeah. So only its first phase is a pain. Its second phase is pretty easy.
Yeah. I mean, if you one cycle is second phase, if you don't, you lose like
In a ton of time. It's
yeah,
probably like 40
The
seconds.
second phase is really actually a lot harder than the first phase normally.
Oh yeah, I guess if you're just learning the game, the second phase is probably a lot harder because you have to chain a lot of quick spins together to get the one cycle. But once you're good at that, just the RNG makes the first phase probably more difficult.
Yeah, I would agree.
So where you spawn here is based on where you pop off the spinner in the first phase, and it's really fast to ride the spinner straight to the middle. But if you tend to pop off, if you just so happen to pop off behind his head, you have to like walk around his head and that wastes time. Thankfully, that didn't happen that time.
So you just dodge his fireballs here until he gets really close to you. Then you're going to hit him with a spinner, and he'll fall down. And then that's when Pheenoh will quick spin.
There we go.
Nice. Awesome.
Quick spin master.
I love you.
You actually have a $50 donation anonymously. Cancer bad, Stalord bad, Mofat beard good. And a $500 donation from Professor Broman. The Borderlands 2 speedrunning community will not stop until Japanese is triumphant. The war is real. Bring it, friends.
Okay, so what you're supposed to do here normally is after you do this fight, you spin around to the top and then raise the mirror. But it was like way a long time ago it was figured out you can actually skip that by just warping away. Normally you can't technically do that because when you try to warp, Mina says, wait, no, the mirror's so close. But they forgot to check that if you zoom your map in all the way, you can turn on warping. So all I'm going to do is just pull up the map and then zoom in all the way, and my warping will be active.
Yeah, it's a really surprisingly simple solution. Ta-da!
And that saves roughly 15, 18 seconds over the course of the run. And now I'm going to do Gorn Mines. So entering Gorn Mines is pretty unique. I'll get to that in a minute. I actually need to not get hit by these. The meteorites, or whatever they are, drop a hero luck. And I got unlucky.
Dang.
Yeah.
That ledge.
Usually they'll drop where it hit me and right there. Sometimes they won't drop at all. Other times, I like how you can transform with this guy looking at me. Other times, only one will hit me. It's just kind of chance. So you can actually just side off right through this thing. That was intentional, maybe. Yeah. So you're supposed to wrestle these Gorons or throw them off or something, but the spinner is OP and just goes right by him. Okay, I'm gonna have to get all 30 rupees here. So there's some free rupees here. I don't even get. And I'm going to use this ledge to skip the last Goron. Okay, so normally what's supposed to happen here is you enter this area and all the Gorons like try to rush at you, and then Goron stops them and wrestles you. But Master Sword, pulling Master Sword causes a lot of crazy things to happen. And this is kind of similar to Bo with wrestling him, in that his text is there, but the cutscene isn't there to regulate, so I'm just going to talk to him a bunch. But this is different than Bo because I can't actually wrestle him. And that's important because you see the two Gorons blocking there? Until you say yes to wrestle them, they don't move. They haven't actually moved yet, but when I leave the area and come back, they'll be moved. So there's actually two parts to entering it. There's the Gorons that are blocking it, and there's actually an invisible wall behind them. And when I enter this area, the Gorons are going to be moved because I said yes, but because I didn't complete the wrestling, that invisible wall is still there.
And a good example of how much this messes up the state of Goron mines is standing on the right side is actually the boss of the dungeon.
So since this invisible wall's here, I'm gonna just ride the spinner through it. There you go. And that's why I waited to do it till now. There's no way to get through it without using the spinner. And I don't know why the spinner can go through it, it just can. That's why it's the best item. Yeah. So I'm going to intentionally hit these fire jets and then roll through them with the invincibility frames after the damage. Same thing here. Oh, I'm actually probably too far. I'm going to roll into that one again. That's going to miss. I targeted above the switch there. Actually, I targeted too far to the right the first time, so I didn't try it. And then I held J. That lets me skip a small puzzle. Oh, am I too late? Yep, I am.
Oh.
Because I ran into that wall, I didn't make the cycle in time, so it turned right when I went to jump. Not a significant time loss. I get to roll right back, try again. I'm gonna wait this time.
Just a reminder, donate during this run and you'll be entered for all the prizes during the Zelda block. $10 or more gets you some cool stuff like some Perlers, the Zelda Prima Guide box set, and a really nice Usurper King Zant papercraft. But donate $20 or more and you can win the Link Between Worlds 3DS XL. Fun prizes ahead, so get your donations in before the end of this run.
So that wall sucks and I just rolled through it.
So I guess something noteworthy is that there's actually a glitch in the Wii version exclusively with the iron boots and the magnetic ceilings. While you're flying up towards the magnetic ceilings, you can bring up the item menu and equip something over your iron boots, and then you can just run around free on the ceilings. But that's only in the Wii version. Unfortunately, we don't get that
A luxury.
Yeah, the luxury.
Which is really unfortunate because there's a big ceiling section coming up, and it's really boring because you move very slow.
And here it is.
It's so long. And of course, there's also a heart piece up here, so the heart set sucks even more.
Yeah. I like how Link's clothes defy the physics.
Yep.
His hat
His-
is just his general tunic doesn't flip down.
Gained the T rating.
Okay, I actually got bad luck here. This torch slug on the ceiling either spawns on the left or the right. If it spawns on the left, it's faster to just stab it and walk around it. But it wastes time to stab it, so it's a minor loss. The best is when you get to the end and then miss that platform, and you get to do it again.
I've done that so many times
Yeah.
when learning all dungeons.
We have a $200 donation from Robert Brown. Been watching AGDQ since I first heard about it back in 2012. Always fun to tune in and watch some of my favorite games get torn apart. Really enjoy the Ocarina of Time Wind Waker speedruns, and now Twilight Princess getting the same treatment. What's not to love? Keep up the great work, and let's break 500K.
So something a lot of people don't know is you can actually hit enemies with iron boots, which I just did there.
Yeah, and there's actually there's a challenge that's iron boots only with this game. There's a few parts you just can't do with the iron boots on, but there's a challenge to go through the game with the iron boots and kill all the enemies you come across with them.
So normally you're supposed to do a magnetic puzzle here where you activate a switch or something like that. I don't remember. But because I have done like that already, I have the claw shot and I can just shoot the switch instead of hitting it. And claw shot's actually going to save some time later in this one too. They're eager.
I have a really cool LJ right here. At least I like this LJ.
I think that's going to miss.
All those guys.
I don't like this LJ. This is like my least favorite LJ in the dungeon.
Oh, did you mention the C-up thing? How it saves
Oh,
time?
I actually have not. With most first-person items, I will actually C up before I use the item because it allows me to pull it out faster.
Which only works if you're on the ground. If you're actually hanging off of a target with the claw shot, then it's faster to do hold down L and then pull out the item, which is another method of quick pulling.
Yeah.
So that magnetic wall up on the ceiling right there, we would normally have to walk around most of that. And just like go in a circle around the room before we get there.
There's actually one other room you're supposed to go in before you get over there. And it has a second key shard. But the programmers in this game, being lazy like me, decided that if you get the third key shard and the first key shard, there's no possible way you could have skipped the second one, so it just gives you the full boss key, even though I skipped it. Which you'll see in just a minute after I get the bow.
So this guy acts really menacing, but then his mask pops off.
This guy actually has a really huge trigger around him to talk to him, which is kind of annoying. Until recently, we just kind of had to walk through it. Then somebody found that you can actually slash the sword and then roll right after you slash the sword. So that saved a little bit of time. I'll do that on the way back as well.
We have a $50 donation from Ufhund. Most awesome couch at AGDQ at the moment. Shoutouts to ZFG, Test Runner, Mofat, and Pheenoh. Love you guys.
So I'm going to trigger this guy and then immediately run over here and try to get him to notice me, which he didn't. Nice. Wow. So what I was trying to do was get him to notice me before he turned all the way around, so I don't have to wait. But I went past him. Pick up some health. Yeah, I should be alright to the boss.
Yeah, boss isn't really difficult to not get hit by.
Virus is probably, I was gonna say he's the easiest boss, but Armageddon is pretty easy too.
Yeah. Well, I probably expected the most out of Fyrus though. As far as a boss fight goes. He's in the trailer, he looks so awesome.
So coming up is the last magnetic puzzle. And that just hit it.
Normally you have to ride a magnetic, like a portable magnetic disc over there and then shoot the ropes that were holding the bridge up while it was upside down.
So these building archers are really mean, so I'm going to try and snipe the bridge from way back here, like that.
Nice.
I'm going to try it in side up and then take the iron beats off on the side up. Then it puts them slightly faster.
Well, that was a really cool boss conceptually, but in practice it's kind of weird. A lot of bosses in Twilight Princess are kind of like that.
Yeah. The camera in this room is really weird if you're not targeting. You can like get up and exploding. So you can actually enigma him from anywhere. You can target his eye. So I'm actually going to try and pick this up, get it from back here, like that.
This camera.
We have a $100 donation from Nightcrawler, who says, Link defeating cancer, that gets my heart container. And another $50 donation from Aeschylus, who says, both my grandparents passed away last year because of different cancers, and it's good to see you guys trying to help out. Good luck, Pheenoh. Love this game.
Thank you.
Max donated another 50, who says, enjoying the marathon so far. Once again, an excellent cause the community is contributing towards. Keep it up, guys.
Again, getting heart containers because I have to take a lot of damage to get into the Temple of Time, and then I'm going to take a lot of damage inside the dungeon as well. So this just so conveniently drops me by where the cannon, you get the cannon out. And normally you're supposed to complete Temple of Time to trigger the Ilia Memory side quest, in which you get the Ancient Skybook and the Hidden Village, and then you can reactivate the Dominion Rod and do that side quest to move the statue. But again, just more programmer oversights, I suppose. You can just go up to the statue and transform and clip straight through it.
Yeah, and I believe what it does is since the wolf body like stretches down and forward, it just kind of pushes you through to the other side.
It's not big Gianna here.
Shout out to Gianna's 356.
It's not working. So if I actually say warp, he says, or Minna says that we actually can't warp it because that guy's here, but as long as she's over the cannon, if you just open up map warping and then activate it, she warps it anyway. So this is what I need the 300 rupees for. I'm going to get Fear to fix the cannon and go to City in the Sky.
We have a $25 donation from Jovo SK, who says, hello everyone at AGDQ. I have a poem written for everyone there. Roses are red, violets are blue. I suck at rhyming, but screw cancer, so here's 20 bucks. This bid goes towards making Japanese the Borderlands 2 language. Also, and I'm totally not making this up, and it is actually written in the donation comments, but the announcer has an amazing voice. He should totally get more recognition for his excellent commentary and sultry tones, with which he entertains the masses and reads the many donation notes. It honestly says all of that in the donation. Cheers, everyone. Good luck and have fun. I swear I'm not making these things up.
I blanked. Sorry. You equip something different here at 90%. I want the iron boots here because there's 15 water bombs in here, and I need the water bombs for stuff in Hyrule Castle. I need it for Zant, and I also need it for Temple of Time. So since this entire dungeon is pretty much floating over a giant void, LVAs are going to be used a lot.
Yeah, this is definitely this is one of the funnest dungeons to run. It's probably my favorite to run. And it's also the most entertaining.
Chicken noises, though.
Yeah, they really are. So I'm going to grab this real quick. Nice.
Win, please.
Wow, okay. Link really wants to take us one today. The wind here in this dungeon is RNG, like when it blows. There's set times between when it won't blow, but when it's actually going to start blowing is slightly different each time. I'm going to wait on this helm sword, because I don't want him to knock me off the edge.
And sometimes he can, like, if you don't wait and do like normal strats, sometimes he can just get you anyway.
Yeah.
It just sneaks in. And we get more spinner fun here.
So there's something interesting coming up. I'm going to get the small key out of the chest, and the game is actually going to move my spawn. Is going to move my spawn point for when I save warp. The reason for this is they didn't want people to open the small key chest and then save and reset and get back to the beginning of the dungeon, because that would skip the cutscene of Argarok destroying that bridge I just crossed. So they moved the spawn point here, but there's actually, we found a way that you can skip that cutscene. So the spawn point, until you watch that cutscene, never gets reverted back to the beginning of the dungeon, which is really useful because once you get the double claw shots, you need to come right back to this room. So when I save warp, I have double claw shots, I'll spawn right here, and it'll save roughly 2.5 minutes over backtracking. Assuming I get this cutscene skip. And watching the cutscene wastes a long time because you can't skip it.
Are you going to do it the normal way?
Depending on what kind of wind luck I get here, I'll do the normal way or the hard way. Yeah, I'm going to do the normal way. Usually if the wind's blowing there, you have more time to do the harder way, which is a little bit faster. I'm waiting for the wind to blow and just jump slash. Let's skip the cutscene.
Because where the cutscene trigger is right in front of the door. Luckily, it's a smaller one.
So I'm going to try and cancel the spinner right at the end by equipping something over it. And it should save a very small amount of time by letting me roll away from the spinner spot. Assuming I get it. If you do it too early, the bridge will actually retract, so I don't want that to happen. There we go.
We have a $50 donation from Konagami. It's always nice to see the GDQs raising money for a great cause. Keep up the great work to everyone running this event, and good luck to Pheenoh on the rest of his run. Also, could Mofat stroke his majestic beard and give his signature mischievous laugh? Do it.
I'll stroke my beard, but I don't know what laugh he's talking about.
Okay, so this room is just LJs to skip the call chase on the left side of the room. I throw the boomerang into the doorway so it retracts faster.
This is where we start seeing a lot of LJs.
Nice.
Is that the first
Hard
one?
boss fight, or mini boss fight. Yeah.
What?
Is that the first frame jump slash after the door? Is that the first one you ran all run, or?
I think that's the first time you can do something like that, where you'll jump, but the cutscene will trigger anyway, and you just save a little bit of time off of it.
I got a couple rolls over there. That's the first jump slash I can think of there, where I actually have the sword out. Alright, so I'm going to pick up the Aku here and wait a minute for the air timer. So this next room has a really tough trick called the Aku jump. And I don't know if trying it again is actually faster than just solving the puzzle if you fail it.
I believe if you don't get it the second time, then it starts wasting time.
Hopefully I'll get it this try. That was an insane jump.
Yeah,
Awesome.
It doesn't work though.
That was good.
Speaking of insane jumps.
Yeah. There's a really good jump coming in this room.
And speaking of insane things in general.
There's a lot of insane things.
Oh gosh. I just remembered this is coming up. So there's a way to skip this mini boss fight, but it's pixel perfect. But I'm going to try to do it.
The infamous cool game.
Yeah. This guy's really trolly. So what I'm going to do is stand in one specific spot and shoot the claw shot target over the gate to skip opening the gate. But the guy can really, if he starts to attack you, you can't do it. And he can actually knock you out of the claw shot if you get really unlucky.
Oh, man.
So yeah, I'm actually going to try it again because this fight is really long and it saves a lot of time. Alright, I'll give it one more try, just winging it. Alright. It is very hard.
It's extremely
Yeah.
precise. There's also a chance of when you claw shot, the guy can just hit you out of the air.
Yeah. I've also had it where I had one heart and I got past the gate and he hit me through the gate and killed me.
Turn.com/TP2 is what it is.
See, this is the big reason why I like skipping it, because he can really troll you on the second part. He'll just fly around and won't attack you. Oh my gosh. Okay. And if you're in the wrong position, you just can't claw shot him at all. There you go.
Oh.
What could it be?
Another claw
Claw
shot.
shot.
Whoa!
Love the wording of that. Because when you first get, you're like, what? And you're like, oh.
It's another claw shot.
Great. All right. It's time for Ninja Link to go to work.
Yeah. This part of the dungeon is the most fun for me personally. I think for a lot of runners, because there's just a lot of cool tricks and optimizations that you get to do during this part, all the way up to the boss actually.
So instead of hanging on the switch, I shot it from there, and now I'm gonna LBA to the gate.
seems pretty tricky.
Yeah. So I intentionally get him to dodge left, right, and then that gives me enough time to aim this and skip the fight completely. It actually glitches out the music too. The music doesn't continue playing until you beat him. So it's just no music. Please climb up. Hello.
Yes, on that note, there's something really weird in Twilight Princess where if you hold up after you wash out onto a vine, you'll just climb to the side for whatever reason.
It's based on camera angle. If your camera is very slightly to the left, it'll think you're continually trying to climb right when you hold up. Oh, get off. Okay. Oh my god!
No.
Wow.
That was unexpected.
That was unexpected. I don't think I've ever done that before.
Whenever I see anyone do that LJ, it always looks like it's a possibility, but I've never seen it actually happen until now.
This room is so cool, I just want to show it again.
What's more with feelings?
Alright, I have to be really fast in this room to make the P-ad cycle. Alright, I got it. Oh, one more. Oops, that's not that. Alright. Awesome.
Yeah, those LJs are all very close. So.
Yeah, that whole section can be pretty nerve-wracking because most of the LJs from that tall room all the way leading up to there, if you miss them, then it was a kind of a significant amount of time for some of them and a much larger portion of time for others.
Just a reminder to those donating. Any donation you make that is above the prize threshold automatically enters you for the prize, so please put your donations toward donation incentives for future runs. Coming up, such as the Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden sing-along, or the Chrono Trigger, or Secret of Mana character names, etc. Just like a double check.
So all that LJ I did was skip some ropes. Nothing too significant. I also sniped the vines from down below from standing in a very specific spot. This room is really weird, and sometimes when you're rolling away, the pots will just start spawning behind you, like chasing you. It doesn't always happen, but every once in a while it does. Say it didn't happen that time. So this next room has one of the coolest LJs in the game, if I can do it. It's actually a riskier strat. The safer strat is 2 seconds slower. But I always opt to do this just because it's awesome.
We were supposed to do this in the previous room where you just drop down from. There's a switch that you
Look at this
hit.
guy. What is he doing?
Turns on the fan, makes all these start spinning.
Yeah. So this, like Tesserain was saying, this skips activating the very final fan over here because it's not turned the correct way. So what I'm gonna do is climb up here. Oh, he wants my blood. I can hear him. And got it. Wow. Sometimes you get style points and you hit the Carter Rock in the middle of the slide. Or he's just passing by, like minding his own business, and you destroy him. Okay, in this room I have to be really quick to make the fans because they start spinning immediately when I enter the room. Okay, that was not quick.
I think we can even design this room and put all the fans. Like if you play through normally, they're always in the bad pattern.
So I'm gonna drop off the fans and just to get around to the faster side.
Oh yeah, it was like a fan room.
We have a $100 donation from Soda Poppin'. $100 for a good cause, but also an applause for the amount of time these people put into being able to speedrun these games as fast as they do.
This is my favorite boss, mostly because he's really consistent. With the exception of a few times where some random things have happened.
Yeah, some really cool things.
What are you doing?
Wait, please.
All right, I'm gonna try and snipe the very top of the vines here. Nice, got it.
Shout outs to Rob Shot.
Yeah, Rob Shot. Shout out to Rob West. He's the guy who got me to play this game.
And me.
Okay, he's flying right. So if you actually grab his tail here too fast, the game soft locks, which I found out the hard way during the middle of a run.
TP3.
Thankfully, right after it
Cool
happened, I
game.
figured out how to not do it. And how to not do it is just don't be too fast. And no one ever. So go slow in the speed run. So normally he's supposed to fly off here, and then he comes back and you grab his tail again. But if you're fast enough, you can grab the pillar gratings and grab his tail again immediately without having to wait on him. Like that. That saves 30 seconds, probably not.
Yeah, there's I think this is like really the only boss where you have like significant time savers like that. I mean, on Diababa you have some, but there's this and then Flame Skip, which saves a lot of time. This cutscene's like a minute long if you have anything to read.
Yeah, it's really long. This is even my
Sure, why
bad
not?
break.
We have a $20 donation from Buckwild619, who says, "The crowd looks a little tired. I'll donate another 20 if I can get a Ric Flair. Woo!"
That first woo was just...
Jarvis, get out.
We have an anonymous $50 donation that says, "I would donate without the speedrunning, so this is just icing on the cake. Thanks a ton and keep up the good work, guys."
This policy is really cool.
Where is he?
The boss, I think, really cool, like, visually, but in casual play is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I thought like he was probably my favorite boss when I played through casually.
Yeah.
So I was counting there to a very specific point, and then we tossed up and I grab it back immediately. Really nice. I won't be able to grab him that fast the second time because there's a trick I'm going to do to make him blow the fire faster, which misaligns the attack cycles to the point where I end up having to wait on him. Or technically, he's waiting on me. I'm going to wait here, and I'll go as planned. So if you get hit by this guy with Zor armor on, he does 6 parts of damage.
Yeah, in a run where you would have Zor armor and no saving quit, he would just kill you.
Yeah, here, it's instant game over. Okay, so on his third cycle, he tries to switch it up and he blows one flame, and then halfway through it, he starts to blow another one, but I'm going to do something to trick him into canceling the last flame. I'm going to make him think I fell off the hat. So this is where he starts to blow the other flame. And then I just sync with the iron boots. And then he stops his flames. And now I can turn and grab him. That saves a little under 20 seconds. Let's get fight.
And no soft lock.
Yeah, and no soft lock.
Woo! We have a $50 donation from Shadow's Temple who says, need to go to work and Minecraft needs to happen, so have some of my money. Shoutouts to the Bree Wheel Forum. And $75 from Samuel who says, off to work also. Great work you're doing. Keep it up. Send the donation to whatever Pheenoh wants.
What's up next? Oh, okay.
Cool. We have a $20 donation from Rendon who says, I have a confession to make. I, the announcer, am making up comments to bring attention to my amazing dulcet tones. But seriously, hashtag. I'm not making these things up. But seriously, it's not about me, guys. I'm just reading off a screen. Give praise to these great runners you're going to be watching all week.
All right, now I'm going to Temple of Time. So what you're supposed to do here normally is you go to North Huron and Russell calls a Golden Kuko. And then you ride the Golden Kuko to Sacred Grove, back to Sacred Grove, because the logs that you get on earlier are gone. But I'm going to skip doing that. I have a faster way of doing it. Oh, also, I put on iron boots. Oops, I lost it. I put on iron boots there, so when I fall out of here, I have them on, and it, combined with the jump slash, I can cancel my speed fast enough to land on the bridge so I don't land in the water, and I can warp immediately.
Sometimes I really like that trick.
Funny, I heard the sound effect for the iron boots being taken off.
Yeah.
When it transforms.
Yeah, when you warp, it takes them off. All right, so this trick is kind of difficult, but it looks really cool if I can pull it off. Okay, so what I'm gonna do first is aim right.
Awesome.
Okay, no. There's a lot of parts to it. So that's the first part. And I'm gonna aim right here. No, I'm gonna fall. Okay, we'll do it again. Thankfully, I have spare bombs. Getting over this trunk is one of the harder parts. Okay. And now I'm gonna LJ over here. And there's one hard part left. There's actually an invisible wall that can block me. Hopefully it won't though. Okay, awesome. There you go.
Yeah, that trick is pretty tough.
Yeah, that still saved a ton of time over getting the gold Kuko because you have to watch a really long cutscene.
You guys remember the first time we came here, we used an enemy to jump over, but the enemy doesn't exist anymore. So.
Yeah.
I always like revisiting this area and finding this place again.
Yeah. It's infinitely more annoying to track him down the second time around.
Yeah, it's much harder.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The Secret Service has arrived.
Yeah. I need to check how I'm doing on arrows. all I'm doing right now. It might look like I'm running in circles, but I'm actually moving him to area. You have to do it in a certain way to get him back to the middle area to attack him. So he's there now. Boy, come his minimums. Look at this guy. Wow!
Amazing.
That's Twilight Princess.
Wow. It just disappears.
Yeah, it just disappears. So this is actually, what I'm going to do here is slightly a little slower, but it looks cooler. His hitbox right here is so huge, you can actually hit it with a jump slash instead of arrow. Wow, that over his head.
If you guys don't mind, could we get a quick roll call?
Roll call, I'm Pheenoh, the runner.
I'm Mofet.
Test runner.
CFG.
Yay, 1 rupees.
We have a $150.65 donation that says, "This donation is from all of us over at gatheryourparty.com. Thanks for doing what you do, guys." We have another $100 donation from Paul Coltes, who says, "The first Twilight speedrun I've ever watched. Really getting into it. Props to all the gamers getting together to do this. It's a really great event." We have a $50 donation from Remix Dave. "Thanks for doing something for a good cause and always giving me something to watch while I'm off sick. You guys rock."
This is the last Shadow Beast fight. Well, technically no, it's not, but it's the last one that opens the portal.
Right.
There's one more in Twilight. Actually, there's a couple in the house.
Pilot's like a 15 part or whatever.
Alright, that went well. Yesterday I was practicing and I went to forward stab that one on the left, and the targeting went all the way around and ended up forward stabbing through to the floor, and I had to redo the fight.
I don't know, like, don't push that block down when you come down here, and if you like have to go all the way around again or something.
Yeah. That door, I didn't show. I kind of wanted to show this off, but I forgot. You can actually open the Temple of Time door there backwards. You can go if you go behind it and then just like walk backwards. You can randomly get the open sound and just like open it from behind. All right, this is about on par with Snow Peak. This dungeon is really hard to do well because there's a lot of randomness in it.
No, it's mostly because you're constantly being attacked by enemies during a lot of the jumps and tricks.
Yeah. I know a lot of people like to complain about this dungeon a lot, but this is probably one of my favorite dungeons in the speedrun. So
yeah, there's a lot of tricks done really quickly. Yeah. Shoutouts to Vinnick, he really optimized this dungeon a lot.
We have a $100 donation from Junko, who says, "Second year watching AGDQ. You guys are awesome. Shout out to OZK and Finest KO." And Aura Platonic donated $50, saying, "My mom has been in remission for over a year, so I'm grateful to all who donate as well as all you who are working to raise the money needed to hopefully get rid of cancer for good. It's just a bonus that I get to watch some great runs. Happy New Year to all."
I did not know you could bonk on the stairs here. So I'm gonna try to get all these guys together. If this Pheenoh in the background. There we go.
Awesome.
So Nintendo, being the geniuses they are, put a pressure-activated switch right by the actual gate it opens. So I'm going to put one on this switch, and then I'm actually just going to roll through the gate before it closes, because it's so close to it. It is a little difficult, but there we go.
Nice. Sometimes the keys will attack the pot for some reason and break it.
Yeah.
You're supposed to use one of the big, or the little heavy statues, but a pot is slightly faster. It's just if you get unlucky, the keys can break the pot off the switch.
Which fortunately doesn't happen too often.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. Alright, I am behind the cycle, so I'm gonna wait. Sometimes I can get a little bit ahead of that and save a tiny amount of time. Here's another example where they just kind of miss something. So you can just roll up with this cutscene starts, and then before it goes down, just jump slash, and that skips the other statue.
Which he would have to go all the way down to get.
Yeah, that saves a ton of time. The other statue is all the way at the bottom of the room. Nice. Hitting that one on the right is really difficult.
Yeah, you can shoot a bomb behind them. Explosion will.
Yeah, and they
hit them from
explode
the
and
back.
hits the switch.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Just a reminder to everyone, this run's almost finishing up, so if you want to get in on those sweet Zelda prizes, now would be a good time to donate. You also don't need to specify that you're in for the prizes. Please feel free to put donation incentives down as your reason for donating. Gladly looking forward to things like the OOT glitch exhibition after ZFG's OOT run, or even F-Zero GX hard mode, or Donkey Kong Country glitchless.
So you're supposed to go behind each of the gates and shoot the switch through the gates. Here's an example where they just kind of missed something. You can just cross out this through the gate, through this hole.
I'm pretty sure this is one of the later dungeons that they added, because they actually delayed Twilight Princess quite a few times, and they specifically delayed it so they could add dungeons. And I have a feeling this is one of the later dungeons that they put in.
Yeah, because there's kind of some obvious stuff. I don't bother with killing the alphas here because they're not as aggressive as those alphas. Although if you get unlucky, they do still hit you.
Or they do that.
Yeah,
They mess up your aim.
Well, actually, I waited for him to push me because I couldn't see where I was at.
Thoroughly, you take a lot of damage with dungeons.
Yeah.
It can get pretty scary, even with decent heads.
I'm gonna kill this guy because he'll mess with my targeting. So this railing's actually low enough to just jump slash on, and it's gonna let me get the boss key earlier than normal. Still have to be careful though. That was close. So this lets me skip the scale puzzle going towards the Dominion Rod. I'm gonna skip it on the way back too with the big statue. Ooh, that was close.
I think that balance puzzle is probably one of the hardest puzzles of the dungeon, and the longest.
Yeah, the first time around it takes a while to figure out. So I'm really glad we found a way to just skip over it. It's really time consuming.
You actually don't really do many of the puzzles this dungeon, do you?
No, this dungeon isn't really puzzle oriented as much though.
Yeah.
Like it
It's
is
more or
but-
less just a fetch quest for
Yeah.
the big statue at the end.
Yeah, there's a bunch of like miniature Switch puzzles, but nothing major.
Okay, that's not on the Switch. It's okay, I can bump it on.
That clip.
So grabbing the boss key on the way there is a little bit faster than grabbing it on the way back, so that's why I do it now.
Because it skips going across the puzzle the first time? Or the scale puzzle?
We'll see it. I mean, I'm only here for like 20 minutes. I'm just gonna I'll probably just
I'm gonna kill these guys now because they'll get in my way on the way back. Oh! That was good. Actually, I almost the cycle behind here. I'm still gonna have to wait just because.
I feel like that one pendulum is the only thing related to time in this entire game.
So instead of placing the statue here, I just LJ before the fence free comes back.
Pretty cool.
I'm gonna snipe these guys again like I did the other ones. I'm gonna try my best to kill these guys because they'll get in my way later, but they're evasive.
Yeah.
Cooperative.
Yeah, basically, their AI is programmed to run away when you go near them, and then
when you look away, they try to attack you.
Yeah. So it's really a pain to try and kill them.
No. Okay, I think I have one spare bomb still, so I'm going to do a trick here to trigger the fight a little bit faster than running up and running to it. This, I think it's an Iron Knuckle, is actually stronger than the rest of them in the game. You can take 2 extra hits on the first cycle, and I think 1 more on the second.
So his general strategy is used for all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Probably like the hardest dark nuts in the entire Zelda series. Even if they have a different name.
They're,
And now we have the useless rod.
Domino.
I back up onto the chest and I can, yeah, I'm close enough at that point to grab the statue through the ceiling.
I just keep it pushed all the time. So quickly basically. Because it's a lot easier.
So there's a lot of little optimizations you can do with the statue on the way back. Most of the time I'm just going to try to avoid getting hit because I am kind of low in health, not really. But a lot of things like gate canceling, which is where I'll try to, where applicable, I'll try to smash a gate and have Link's Dominion Rod hit a wall at the same time, and it'll cancel both their animations but still destroy the gate, and it'll let me roll immediately. Alright, I think I lined that up right.
And he did that. He did that so the statue would be further ahead of him, and it could hit the switch without him running into the lightning.
Yeah, and also without dropping the statue. Alright, I'm going to do a trick here to grab the statue further away than usually possible. I'm going to throw it in a back hop, and now I'm on the switch. And I'm at an extended range. It's normally not, oh my god. Normally not possible to control it from that far away.
Yeah, normally the only way to do that is take those little statues over there and
Yeah.
put on the switch.
Alright, this is really important. I need to not fail this because it will waste quite a good chunk of time. I need to take the statue across the scales without the scales going down. Nice.
Nice. Yeah, the game takes a while to recognize that there's anything even on it, so. Shit,
Jesus.
This is where he's taking all this damage that he was talking about.
I should be okay though. As long as I can make it to the last room with at least quarter heart, I'll pick up a fairy and I'll be fine.
How many arrows do you have?
I should have at least 15 still. I picked up an extra 20 when I entered the dungeon.
Yeah, I think you're down to 4 arrows going the boss.
Yeah, if you have
Waste a lot of time.
yeah, if you have 4 arrows or less, the boss actually won't attack you with the laser. He'll just keep dropping minions.
I think isn't there an airdrop like pod like right before the boss though? So.
I believe so, yes. But I'm pretty sure I have like 15 arrows, so that should be alright. Next room I'll go equip claw shots and I'll check my arrows to make sure. So you're supposed to pull the middle like console all the way up to grab the statue, but I'm gonna do something different.
This is another pretty long room normally.
I'm waiting. Okay. Yeah. So I can grab him through the ceiling there and make him fall this way. And now I'm gonna bonk intentionally. Bonk.
Zill's controller.
And now I'm
even
bonk.
all the way down.
And that skips pretty much pulling him down.
Yeah, normally that centerpiece that's there, you have to take that up and down a number of times by pulling and pushing on a switch, but bypass it completely.
Yeah.
I didn't need ceiling arrows. Oh, I gotta equip again here. So. I got 18. Fine.
Okay.
Alright, so this is pretty much the end before the boss. This is actually one of my better kills of times, despite the mistakes. This dungeon is really hard, so when I have like minimal mistakes, it makes me pretty happy. There's one more trick I can do here. You can actually grab him in the middle of the jump. I missed him. That's okay.
The frames.
Yep. So one more like trap room here.
If you guys don't mind, it seems like everyone's asking for a roll call. I'll draw on the couch.
Roll call on the couch. Is that?
Yeah, everyone in chat wants one.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Pheenoh.
I'm Mofet.
I'm Test Runner.
I'm ZFG.
This one, I'm not sure they actually want a roll call if they just like listen to say their name.
So I grabbed that fairy there so I can skip getting the heart container here. I won't get any more heart containers because at this point I really don't want or care about it. So this boss does have some luck to it. Even the worst luck is usually only 20 seconds versus the best, so really can't lose too terribly much time. I'm going to say that, and now he's going to run around forever. There's a music glitch you can actually do here. If you hit him fast enough after he knocks down, the like hit him music or whatever it is will just keep playing. Like it won't transition back to the other music. But I have to get lucky that he falls right where I'm standing. What is he doing? I almost got it there. I like how harmless he is.
So we're actually going to have a quick schedule change. Instead of Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden after this, it will be Bastion first, and then Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. So if you want to see your favorite ending of Bastion, you better get those donations in quickly.
I love this sequence. It's so silly. So you're supposed to go up and hit him with sword, but it's faster just to shoot him with arrows. He's fast!
For some reason, that actually reminds me of like the first boss of the other end. So this thing I did.
I think I had 5 arrows one time, and I missed every shot and had to end up hitting with the sword.
I saw that actually.
We have
So if you're horribly tired of this run, we're coming up on the end game, so.
We have Twilight Palace, and then that's it. And then that's it.
With credits.
Credits. Ooh.
A final farewell.
Are you gonna put the iron boots on for the end sequence? Or
Oh
up the
yeah,
hill?
yeah, sure, let's do it. Remind me when I get there, because I'll probably forget. Everyone always wants me to do the fishing rod thing there too, but I never have the fishing rod in any run. It's up 100%.
Yeah. It's pretty common actually. People are just like, hey, use the fishing rod. Oh, sorry.
Like what fishing rod?
So I never raised the mirror earlier because of the zoom in warping. So when we warp here, the mirror is actually still going to be in the ground, but the trigger is around the mirror. So I'm just going to run forward, and then it'll magically be dug out. And bam. So I actually got all 4 mirror shards. If this were any percent, I would only complete City in the Sky because the game only checks for the last mirror shard to assume you have all of them. And that's the reason why it skips Snowfall Time and Snow Peak.
Yeah, it's pretty silly that it does only check the last dungeon. You still have to beat the 4th dungeon, Arborist Grounds, just to get to the mirror.
So the first half of this dungeon, how fast you can complete it is pretty heavily dependent on Phantom Zant because he's RNG. You'll see that in just a minute here.
He's always giving me, he never gives me good luck, so I'm just like going in. I always go in assuming worse luck.
How it works for me is I'll get a PB with like amazing Phantom Zant luck, and then in my next PB I'll lose all the time that I gained.
Yeah. Come on. Okay, I actually got a good spawn here. This head can spawn in 1 of 4 places, and I want it to spawn as close to the ski chest as possible. Oops. It'll spawn, there's 3 places in the back, and then there's 1 close to where you come through the door. So any of the 3 places in the back is preferable. I got the middle one, so that's fine.
And also, he came into that room as a wolf because if you approach that as a human, then there will be a text box and it will pop up and talk to you about the mist.
Right. And it's only that mist that the text box actually appears. There's mist later on that auto-transforms you without text, and it's actually faster to go into that than transforming. Oh, and that ledge is low enough for me to just side up on the chest and jump flash up.
which is pretty cool.
Oh, and in all dungeons, for some reason, when you complete Temple of Time and City in the Sky out of order, this boss fight just triggers early. I don't understand why. He's already there. But when you skip the cutscene, he's gone again. It's really random.
That's bizarre.
I didn't.
So it's got a bit of
Yeah, you can fight
attack
him immediately.
where he either just teleports, doesn't waste time, or he doesn't teleport and doesn't waste time.
Yeah. So either wait for him to spawn in the middle or... Okay, that was actually pretty good luck.
Yeah.
Those are my better fights. It's actually possible to just spawn in the middle 3 times in a row, which is the best possible luck.
And something to note is that if you're wearing headphones, or I guess just like have a stereo on or something, you can hear left, right where he's spawning, and it makes it much easier to track him.
There's actually text once you knock that saw out of the hand, but if you grab it fast enough, then it doesn't have time to pop up. And I throw the saw there so the platforms will raise after the little guys come down, so they won't follow me up, or they don't have a chance to follow me up there. So what I'm going to try and do here is toss this all into the groove and then immediately run back to the platforms before they race. Right. Should get it. And dodge these guys.
Doesn't bother not very smart.
No.
Yeah. So putting the first saw into the groove here activates the floating platforms, but once I activate the platforms, I'm just going to LJ over because it's faster than riding them. Yeah, you can actually, since you can LJ over, you could technically get that saw first, but it's impossible to actually get it up here because if you don't already have a saw in here, then you can't ride the platform up with the saw, so you just kind of get stuck on the right wing here. Alright, this next room can be kind of annoying.
Yeah, with the keys.
Yeah, the keys. And with Sandhead spawning. Really, this is probably the most frustrating room in this dungeon.
Oh yeah.
This or the room with the elevators. Damn it.
There it
Yeah,
is.
it's gonna happen. So I was just behind one cycle, but this actually kind of made up for it because I got like perfect luck there. Oh wow!
Oh wow!
Okay. So glad I didn't jump. He would have knocked me off. I knew he was gonna respawn there.
It's like, wait a second, this is Twilight Princess.
Yeah.
It's gonna pop up.
I remembered what game I was playing. Ah, the auto roll got me. That's alright. As long as the Xanthead's dead, it's not too big of a deal. Look at this guy. Coming to avenge his brother.
We have a $20 donation from Sadib Khan who says, "Hey guys, another year, another AGDQ. As always, I love what you people are doing. I'm really glad I was watching the stream when Notch gave his 10K donation. I don't know if I can put my money towards a new bid suggestion, but if I can, I put my $20 toward Groose's rival's name in Soul Silver. He is truly the worst Zelda villain ever. Keep up the amazing effort. Actually, you can. If you want to add another file name to any, just say so, make a mark of it on your donation, and it'll be done.
The piece you're after me is almost right. So I'm going to try to LJ off of a pillar here. It's kind of hard to actually get on the pillar, so there's a good chance I'll miss it. But if I do get it, I'll try it. Okay, I cleared it. That's all right.
And even when you get on the pillar, there's a really small space where you stand, where the mist actually won't transform you.
Yeah.
Because it can actually get you up there, believe it or not.
The difference is like maybe 2 seconds. It's not huge.
Getting caught by this wastes a lot more than 2 seconds.
Yeah. All right. Hopefully we get good luck like the first one. Okay, well, at least he spawned where I can see him. Yes.
Nice. Nice back.
Oh,
dang.
That's all right.
Not a big loss.
I was trying to get right on the corner of it before it triggered it.
We have another $50 donation from Matthew Bachman. I'm loving this Twilight Princess run. Keep it up. As someone who does cancer research, I can appreciate the significance of this marathon, and I am amazed at how much money has been raised already. This is my first donation, and there will be more to come. Can everyone in the room give a big thumbs up?
I did it in spirit.
Good job, Pheenoh.
I love that Shadow Beast. He just like moves the soul.
Yeah, he pushed the saw out and then knocked it back in. I'm just waiting for the day when I'm like trying to roll to up there and he knocks it out. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a tight window to make all those jumps.
These are my Twilight Orb Pilates. He's got to stay in shape too. This is the longest dungeon in the game, if you didn't figure it out by now.
And there's like no major skips in it.
Yep. There's actually a gigantic wall behind that giant curtain that doesn't disappear until you get the butter sword, or the powered up Twilight sword. We call it the butter sword.
Yeah, it's just watch, you'll see it dripping off of it.
Yeah.
There it is.
All right, the second half of this dungeon is a lot more actiony.
And like the thing is, or ironic thing is, we can actually LJ across that gap, but since the wall is there, we can't. Like we could LJ at that distance, but the game says no.
Yeah, even if you could cross and get back here, without the powered up sword, you can't activate any of the orbs in the next area, so you can't continue on.
Too.
So in the second to last room, it's a gigantic room with elevators, and I'm going to try to do something called early Ellies. It's really, really difficult, but it saves 10 seconds if I can do it. So I'll let you know when that's coming up. This is just doing optimization. So in some of these rooms, there's like little LJs that save like a couple seconds that I'll try to go for. Back.
Oddly enough, the boomerang kills that thing.
Yeah. I used to just hit him and like leave him stunned, but when I go to ride the platform, like he gets in the way, so I just started killing him. So Zelda is actually kind of hard.
Yeah.
It needs to be well timed to work. Thankfully, that didn't waste time. I have to wait. Oh wow,
Oh,
he came
my
out of the
gosh.
wall. Wow. Alright, I won't go for it again. Oh, here comes the army.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keys Mafia.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes the boomerang will do that though, even if the target's like slightly off, or even
it's
just
the
because.
really risky thing with out of bounds LJs when you try to make them go in between walls. There's always a small chance that it just won't go in the wall. But more often than not, it always does there. So I don't. I usually have a safety strat just in case to check for it to go in the wall, but it almost never comes out there, so I didn't do it.
So that was just a faster way to get the boss key. Normally what you do is you would spin away all that mist, jump in there and kill the 2 Karga Rocks or Shadow Karga Rocks that were down there, and then use a couple of extra targets to get up there.
The jump slash there is the cancel from damage animation is taking a huge fall.
Wow. They're out to get you.
There's actually an LJ you can do here that saves 1 second, but I'm not going to do it. Because if you aim just barely too far to the right, you'll recoil. So I killed that Xanthead and then drop off the edge so I can get back to the door. Once he's dead, these 3 spawn, so there's no point in riding the platform back. I just immediately death warp to come back.
I like killing the one on the left first. It's much more optimized. I normally go for the one on the right.
Alright, this next room is the one with the elevators. The room pretty much has to go perfect for the trick to work. And I have to be fast with aiming, so it's really hard. I'll see if I can get it.
Pretty tricky and risky LJs.
Yeah.
The platforms just move so slowly that it's hard not to go for it.
So first I do the Shadow Beast fight. Okay, that actually that didn't waste any time because the elevator timer's paused when I transform. Oh, okay, it's done.
Nice.
The cycle's gonna be off, so I'll probably still gonna miss it. Yeah, it's off. It's already coming back. So normally I do an LJ here to make sure I got to the platform right now, but there's up behind, there's no point in risking it.
That was a good spawn for him. The charge just is right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't made clear because Zant heads usually have like 1 or 2 places that they can randomly spawn between.
Yeah, that particular one only has, I think it actually has 3.
Yeah, it has
but usually it's either left side or right side.
I like this room, it's really cool. Because it's just like timing their deaths.
Yeah, it has a really clear indication of when you need to release an instant attack.
Picking up health here because it's pretty much free. I had to wait for the barrier to go away anyway. Alright. If they don't have Dorm Armor, the underwater Zant part, I'm going to have to do the air refill trick again. Actually beat him.
For the longest time when I started running this game, I thought my game crashed right there. So just cut to black.
Mm-hmm. Depending on when you transform in some areas, how many objects are loaded. When you transform, the transform freezes for a second, and every time it happens, I think my game crashed.
Only if you're diving into Lake Hylia.
Yeah. So I boomerang him there for he has a chance to attack me. And for this Zant, only the 4th combo hit matters. So a lot of times I'll just stab 3 times and miss air and like hit the air, and then the 4th one will hit him. Oh no. Ah.
Wow.
That was like maximum bad luck. That's okay.
Yeah, that took a while.
So I can grab him here before he has a chance to attack me again. So I know which head he's going to be in because he always spawns on the one furthest away from me whenever like his nose comes out of town. And for this phase, you can always anticipate where he goes in the same place every time. basically just go over to where he's going to be and knock him off. Pretty much the same thing here. Just knock him before he jumps. Alright, this phase can be annoying because when I go to hit him, he has to be so small before I can actually do damage. And the whole room is in ice. So it's really easy to just like miss him because you're sliding around. Sometimes if I stand still, he misses me when he jumps down. I like that.
This is probably one of the stranger villains of the Zelda series.
And I'm gonna try to one cycle in here. It's kind of hard though. Try to fix him. I cannot fix him.
Just throwing a fit.
We have a $10 donation from Tacozilla. Well, excuse me, princess. Tacozilla here, watching this awesome run from work. Ever since seeing Mofat's run at AGDQ 2013, I am hooked on watching Twilight Princess speedruns. Another $50 donation from Anonymous. I'm French, and luckily I'm having breakfast before AGDQ. What better? You're great. I love that it never stops.
Alright, last dungeon.
Heading to Hyrule Castle.
Conveniently a warp point right next to it.
Do it.
It's conveniently a warp point right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So there's actually a mailman here, and I skipped him earlier, so he hasn't talked to me at all. And hopefully we'll get postals here. Oh, well, today.
Hey! Yeah, and by postless just means that don't talk to the mailman at all, the postman.
Yep.
So we just had a postless run.
Yep. Which is the mark of every good run.
We have a $50 donation from Solace Raptor. Figured I should donate during the Zelda block. Link to the Past and Ocarina/Majora are pretty much my childhood in cartridge format. I'll be working during those runs, but I wish the runners luck. I lost several relatives to cancer. Let's seal cancer to the sacred realm and save the animals.
So if you have more donations to read, you can. This is a long cutscene.
Yep.
We have a $20 donation from Dan Soup. I forgot how bad these marathons were for me. Turns out my body was not Reggie. My head and heart are still hanging in there, so good luck to everyone and keep up the good work. $50 from Mora. Thanks to all the runners and marathon organizers for making all of this possible. I wish you the best. A $10 donation from Insane Kazuma. Du-du-du-du-du. You found a $10 donation. Your face is beaming. Props to you guys for doing so much in the fight against cancer. May the Triforce be with you. A $20 donation from Lars K. Hey you, that's right, you, guy screening the donation comments. You're awesome too, just so you know. That's to those guys over there. You can't see them, but they're doing all the hard work.
Yes, thank you.
A $20 donation from Zelda Freak in all caps. You guys are the best. It's like one big awesome movie. A $100 donation from Ace. It's dangerous to go alone, so take this 100 rupees and use them and put them to good use. Love you guys and keep up the good work. Also, a big shout out to the guys and girls behind the scenes.
Alright, so there's quite a few tricks in this dungeon. It's actually possible to skip this first barrier, but it's really precise and saves just a couple seconds, so I'm just not going to do it. This is called my stand still and do nothing strat. Hey!
Awesome.
So we're going to roll into this barrier here, skip the cutscene, and roll out. See ya.
Those look walk over here. Guys are just like, what's going on?
So some more good news. We just broke $270,000 in donations. So if you all remember correctly, that means just over the span of this one run, that's 20,000 alone. So thank you very much. I hope everyone who donated is pumped for the possibility at those Zelda prizes. Looks like you guys have a short little while to get in on those. Just donate any amount. You're automatically entered, and put some sweet donation incentives up a little bit for us.
Oh, it's cool if you jump back in.
Yeah. I have to do that first quick spin and like hit a lag spike and it didn't go off.
There's actually a glitch. I don't know what causes it. Maybe you do, but where the key will just keep floating in front of Link's face, and it'll end up soft locking the game.
What? I've never heard of this before.
Yeah.
That sounds insane.
I've seen it happen twice. Once to a runner, once to a casual player, but it just floats there.
So for the longest time, up until recently, we actually saved warp here until somebody timed rolling to the doors human, and I was like, hey, that's faster. You can just slip by the barrier there.
Yeah, you can walk pretty far into it, pretty much all the way to the other side.
Yep, before it'll knock you in. All right, there's one more barrier to skip, and this one's the hardest of all of them. I can't just like walk out of this one. I have to actually do some tricks to cancel it before it triggers. So normally the barrier cutscene pulls you in, but by jump slashing into it, you can actually skip the pull in. There we go.
Awesome. And if you actually happen to get into the barrier and you had to clear it, the lights turn on in this room and it gets extremely laggy in here.
Yep. This is so pretty much the same as the Temple Time Iron Knuckle. Same strat.
And it just has a little less life, I believe.
Yep. Just having a shield here. Sometimes he can randomly take a 7th hit and it like throws off the cycles. And the lantern order here is the same every time, so I just haven't memorized. For some reason, if you're too slow here, the lanterns go out, but the second one goes out before the first one, which doesn't make any sense. He's smart, dude. He knows.
Water bombs are so powerful. Actually, I don't know. Are the regular bombs that powerful too?
Yeah, that's him.
Seems like the only reliable way to fight those guys at all. They're like the most powerful enemy in the game. Trying to fight them with a sword.
Yeah, without bombs, they either take forever to kill or they're very difficult to kill fast.
So that enemy is the same as the one he fought in City of the Sky, but since he has the powered up Master Sword, it takes less hits to kill.
We have a $50 donation from the dual hand who's firing some shots. Mofat, that beard is majestic, but it'd clearly be better with a suit.
How can we get saved by all these people we didn't meet?
Yeah. I like that I have a bazooka.
I brought my bazooka knife. Scary.
So right there, you're supposed to, what the game wants to do is turn into wolf and sense, and there'll be some skeletons that you can only see through sense that'll show you which way to go. But as you saw, you can just roll across them if you're fast enough.
As I get hit by an invisible barrier.
I'm surprised you haven't hit any like invisible walls over the course of the game. There's so many of them. Or invisible like walls.
I'm gonna wait. Sometimes you can get it on the early one there, but I played it there. I can also ride the spinner up a little if I wait. It lags really bad here if you look at the door. Alright, so this is Puppet Zelda, and how many cycles she does is random. The best possible luck is 7. And the worst I've seen is 14. Yeah, it's a difference of almost 2 minutes. And you can actually tell how many it's going to be based on the attack she does and what times that are. So if she gives me an electric ball on this one and the third one, then it'll be a minimum cycle. So getting an electric ball right at the start is a good sign. Which didn't happen. That's okay, I can still get an 8 cycle if she attacks me now. Nope. Oh man, is this going to be the ultimate marathon look?
Then we got portals after this.
Yeah, portals. Oh man.
Dang.
Here we go.
Is that 3?
This is the 14th.
Seen so far, yeah.
See if we can beat it.
Do you mind hurry one quick?
Alright, so this is 4.
Yeah.
I have honestly no clue how many this is going to be because I've never had it on 4 be the first one.
I think it's going to be 12.
Yeah, it's probably going to be at least 10. She can't do 2 electrical balls in a row. The only instance where she can is if she hits you. That's fine. That's a good sign.
Yeah, so that'll probably be 10. Those are just lag reduction strats.
I had to look at the floor, pan the camera away from it. That's 8.
Wow.
Even with like really high cycle numbers, I've never seen her do the Triforce attack this much.
Yeah. Nope. That's 10.
Usually a lot of those.
Mage Zelda.
Well, marathon gas,
Nope. 11. Yeah, that was 11. Yeah, 12.
Oh, cool.
Epic.
Yeah, some of the worst possible luck.
Yeah. What's good about this category is you have the bow and arrow, so you can snipe D-scan in here instead of taking damage like you would with ball and chain.
Yeah, and you have time to get out of the way. Because when you have the ball and chain, what will happen is you'll throw it at him, it'll hit him, and you won't reel in the ball and chain. You won't have time to do that before you need to move, and he'll just ram you, and you'll fall back. And sometimes you'll fall around the back of him, and you won't have time to roll around to the front to jump slash him.
The very last phase is to be done as Wolf because he dodges your arrows or your ball and chain or whatever you use. The portals. Alright, I got a good portal one. So for the horseback fight, I'm going to try to juke him out. I'll have him follow me and then immediately have him turn and try to chase behind him. Alright, there we go.
Depending on Ganondorf's movement, Zelda can be very difficult to aim during this phase.
I just placed it on my spirit. Back. Alright, not too bad. I got timer coming up.
Oh, I remember Iron Boots.
Yeah, Iron Boots, yeah. So normally you're supposed to deal a lot of damage to knock him down, and then when you do that 3 times, you can deal the final blow on him. But because if you can chain a jump slash into a quick spin fast enough, you can actually knock him down immediately. What?
Oh yeah, that happened.
Side on. He's not defending. And time.
4:28:17.
Okay, that's good.
Really good run.
That's a long run.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a long run.
Yeah, right there.
I really don't care. Who wants it? Kill the animals. Kill the animals.
Kill them all. If I can unmic myself here. Good run, dude. You're good.
So that was a wonderful Twilight Princess, all dungeons run by Pheenoh, hosted at AGDQ 2014, hosted by Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live. Thank you to GameSpot for donating these awesome cameras for us. Give us a nice high-quality stream. And, of course, to Twitch for hosting the stream itself. Hope you all had a good time. What's up? Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'll tell Meredith.
Yeah, when you get back, just tell them that, because we just
It's the devs for Shut Up Barkley, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to be, are they here or are they going to be in
Yes,
Skype call?
they're here.
Oh, okay.
That's why we're waiting.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. This thing is thick.
There we go.
I'll for you. A couple donations. Sorry to steal your thunder. It's fun. CFG. 60-second ad? Yeah, it's over. It's over? Oh, I didn't know it was over. No, it's fine. All right, welcome back, guys. Hope you're all hyped. We have another schedule change. I guess it's more so of a schedule revert. Shut Up, Barkley, and Jam Garden will be next. And for some extra hype for you guys, we have the devs coming in. They're going to be sitting on the couch for you. That should be really fun to watch.